for the Hospitality Industry and Awards 2025. Sustainability is no longer a choice, it's an imperative. Our theme, Sustainability Beyond Just a Slogan, challenges us to move past rhetoric and embrace real, tangible solutions for a greener future. In an industry as dynamic as hospitality, sustainability is just not a responsibility. It's an opportunity to redefine excellence, enhance guest experiences, and create a lasting impact on our planet. The Indian Chamber of Commerce stands as a proactive and forward-thinking entity within the nation, boasting a membership that includes some of India's most prominent industrial groups. This conclave is more than just an event, it's a movement. It's a platform for collaboration, innovation, and commitment towards a sustainable tomorrow. So let's engage, learn, and take actionable solutions that will redefine hospitality for generations to come. Shubham karoti kalyanam arogya dhana sampata shatru buddhi vinashaya deepa jyotir namostute. I request our dignitaries, Mr. Shiv Kumar Ishwaran, Mr. Sushil Kumar Ishwaran, Mr. Vivek Kumar, Mr. Jyoti Prakash, and Mr. Raghunandan to join us in the lighting of the lamp. Thank you, dignitaries. I request Mr. Shiv Kumar Ishwaran, Mr. Sushil Kumar, and Mr. Vivek and Jyoti Prakash to take their seats on the dais. Without further ado, I invite Mr. Shiv Kumar Ishwaran, Chairman ICC Tamil Nadu State Council, Chairman of Canadian Crystalline Water India Limited, and the Consul General Honorary of the Republic of Armenia to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning. Good morning. I think all of you must have had your breakfast. Esteemed guests, industry leaders, and sustainability champions, I feel wonderful to stand before you today in the Sustainability Conclave at the iconic Taj Hotels here in Chennai. As we gather here in the centenary year of the Indian Chamber of Commerce, we reflect our collective responsibility to drive sustainable transformation in one of the most vibrant industry, hospitality. Before we dive into today's discussion, allow me to extend a special welcome to our esteemed guest. I'd like to welcome my greetings to Thiru Vivek Kumar Yadav, Assistant Mission Director at the Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission, Department of Environment, Government of Tamil Nadu, for his esteemed presence. I also like to extend a welcome to Thiru Sruthan Narayanan, IAS, Joint Director of E-Governance, Chief Executive Officer, Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency, Sushil Kumar Ishan, ICC Committee Chair, Sustainability, and co-founder and Managing Director of Canadian Crystalline Water India Limited, Dr. Rajiv Singh, Director General of the Indian Chamber of Commerce, Saravanan Raj, Head of Engineering at the Marriott, Mr. Kiran Bose, Director Engineering Operations South India at the Hilton India, Mr. Sarash, General Manager Hospitality at the Ventative Hospitality Limited, Mr. Anurag, Director Learning and Development at the Taj Hotels, Mr. Anand Nair, General Manager at the Intercontinental Hotel ISG, Radhika, Chartered Accountant and MBA in Sustainability Management, Dr. Sashidhar, Senior Vice President, Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages, Satish Kumar, ICC Committee Chair, Water Resources and Executive Director of Canadian Crystalline Water India Limited, Dr. K. A. Arul Anand, Joint Director Technical, Central Licensing, Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry for the Food Safety Standards Authority of India, Dr. L. John, Project Associate, TN Climate Change Mission, Department of Environment, Government of Tamil Nadu, Mr. Aditya Ishwaran, Head Brewer at the Product Brewery Technology Belgium Limited, for their gracious presence. I also like to thank Ankur Raman, Committee Member, ICC, and Jyoti Prakash Ji, our Regional Director at the Indian Chamber of Commerce, for their presence. The Indian hospitality industry is making significant strides towards sustainability, aligning with the global shift towards eco-friendly practices. A survey in 2020 reveals that most Indian luxury travelers are willing to pay extra for eco-friendly accommodation. According to the Indian Accommodation Barometer, 46% of Indian hoteliers have invested in energy efficiency, while 45% prioritize waste reduction. The sector contributes 1 to 2% of the global carbon emission, with the target to reduce this emission per room by 66% by 2030 and 90% in 2050. Leading hotel chains are setting up ambitious goals, while some are aiming 100% green certified buildings. Some are looking at 50% reliance on renewable energy within the hotels in the next few years. We have ITC Hotels, Responsible Luxury. We have the Marriott, India's wastewater recycling technology, and CGH, Earth Rainwater Harvesting. We have the Indian hotels contributing sustainability in a big way. The Oberoi Hotel is integrating solar energy, while the Leela is focusing on composing food waste management. Many hotels support local communities through ecotourism and sustainable sourcing. Sustainability is not only benefits the environment, but also makes financial sense with energy efficient practices, leading to 20 to 25% reduction of cost. However, more need to be done on this. The hospitality segment must integrate sustainability as core principles, with policymakers offering incentives as a core principle, with prioritizing ESG metrics and travelers supporting eco-friendly hotels. As we move, let us ensure sustainability is not just a slogan, but a long-term commitment to preserving environment and fostering responsible growth. We also have the Republic of Armenia as our partner country. As I wear two hats as the Honorary Consul General of Armenia, it gives me great pleasure to inform you that Armenia has invested a lot on sustainable progress. As we look ahead, let us remember that sustainability in the hospitality is not just a compliance, it is about commitment. A commitment to preserve our earth, supporting our communities, and ensuring greener future for generations to come. The road to sustainability is long, but with collective action and unwavering determination, we can transform the hospitality industry into a model and responsible business. Let us make sustainability not just a slogan, but a way of life. Thank you all for coming here today God bless. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. To set the context for today's day-long conclave, I invite Mr. Sushil Kumar Ishwaran, ICC Committee Chairman, Sustainability Tamil Nadu, and co-founder and managing director at Canadian Crystalline Water India Limited.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us at this important conclave on sustainability in the hospitality industry. As we gather here today, the need for sustainable practices has never been more urgent. The hospitality sector, with its significant environmental footprint, has a unique opportunity and responsibility to lead the way in creating a greener and more sustainable future. From reducing waste and conserving resources to supporting local communities, sustainability is no longer just a buzzword, it's a business imperative. Together, we can explore innovative solutions, share best practices, and commit to the workable steps that ensure our industry thrives while protecting the planet for generations to come. Thank you all for being here, and let's make this a turning point for our industry. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, it is my privilege to invite our chief guest, Thiru Vivek Kumar Parashnath Yadav, Assistant Commission Director at Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission Department of Environment of Government of Tamil Nadu. We request you to share your thoughts, sir, with us.
Respected dignitaries, Mr. Shiv Kumar Ishwaran, Mr. Sushil Kumar Ishwaran, Mr. Jyoti Prakash, and all the participants present here. On behalf of Director of Environment and Climate Change, I, Assistant Mission Director, Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission, Vivek, extend a very good morning to each and every one of you. And I thank organizers of this event for inviting and making me part of this great event. So I'm here because I am handling the Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission, and we all know that climate change is real and it poses a lot of challenges to our developmental aspiration. However, the sustainability and sustainable development is what we should be looking after. As a representative of government, I would like to highlight what all activities has been taken up by the government in the recent, especially Tamil Nadu government in the recent past. So government has come up with 4 important missions in order to address the climate change and related vagaries. First is Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission. It aims to bring climate angle into our mainstream policy making. Under this, lot of projects, lot of workshops, publication, research are being done. Few projects, if I have to highlight, carbon enrichment, where degraded forest areas are reforested, green school programs. Overall, 197 schools across Tamil Nadu have been identified to convert them as a green school. And I'm happy to share that in the last 1 month only, 25 schools have come up with all the activities, and they are able to reduce approximately 2/3 of the electricity bill by installing solar in their campuses. And more 100 and 200 schools are going to be added. We have recently we have conducted sustainability workshop for all the builders and resident welfare association in 21 municipal corporation, where we shared our thoughts on green buildings. They shared their thoughts how to get the materials, construction, and related policy permissions for constructing the green buildings. These are few, and recently we also have concluded climate summit, where all the dignitaries from academia, industry, government officials, international participants, they came together on one platform and shared what we can do for our state, for our country going ahead. So this is all about Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission. Second is Green Tamil Nadu Mission, where as the name suggests, the mission aims to increase the forest cover from 23% to 33% in the state. The third is wetland mission. Again, as we know, Tamil Nadu has the highest number of Ramsar site in the country. So to restore and rejuvenate all the wetlands across the state is the major aim of this mission. And the latest one is shore mission, as we have 14 coastal districts. So for eco-restoration and preventing the coastal erosion, this mission has been brought up. So a lot of activities are being done up in bioshield formation, blue flag beaches under this program. So through all these 4 missions, there are other departments which are doing their own sustainability and eco-related activities. But mainly through these 4 missions, many private sector are also coming and they wish to join with us, not only through CSR activities, but also through their research and publication, like what are their insights about their industry and how it can be improved, and how their research and findings can be brought into government policy. So many private sector are also looking forward and they are approaching us for their own contribution. So today's workshop, so there are a lot of scope of convergence and collaboration with government and industry. And today's workshop, I think it is once in such thing in same direction. As everyone know that as per the IPCC, they tell that industries contribute approximately 24 to 25% in the emissions. And hospitality sector per se is contributing only 1 to 2%. But we cannot discount the fact that it employs the highest number of people. It contributes significantly to the country's GDP. It acts as a main focus in the entire supply chain for the allied sectors. For other industry, it acts as a main supply chain. And also, as a country level, it adds to your soft power to the other people across the world. So hospitality sector becomes very important, and I'm happy that ICC has taken this opportunity to conduct this workshop, and not only conducting, but also recognizing the best practices which is going in this sector. So I congratulate them on this regard. I'll also take this opportunity to congratulate ICC for completion of their 100th year in December 2025. So it's a very big achievement, and everyone is very indebted for their service. With this, I conclude, and I wish all the very best to the organizers of this event. I wish to look forward to the discussion and what the solution which come from this workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your address and your valuable insights. I now request the dignitaries to felicitate our chief guest, Thiru Vivek Kumar Parashnath Yadav. Thank you, dignitaries. I now invite Mr. Jyoti Prakash Pal, Regional Director at Indian Chamber of Commerce, to deliver the word of thanks for this inaugural segment.
Good morning, everyone. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, panelists, all the resource persons, guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my absolute honor to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of Indian Chamber of Commerce. I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished speakers, esteemed guests, delegates for making this event very successful. I know it's like we have a long day discussions on various important topics, and this is one of the major topics ICC is trying to take up in all the regions, sustainability, and now today our theme is sustainability beyond just a slogan. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to convey my sincere gratitude to our chief guest of this inaugural session, to Sri Yadavji, Assistant Mission Director from Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission, Department of Environment, Government of Tamil Nadu, for his gracious presence at today's session despite his extremely busy schedule. Thank you, sir, for being with us. Thank you once again from ICC. And our organizing committee, starting with our dynamic chairman, Mr. Iswaran Ji, and also Mr. Sushil Kumar Iswaran Ji, our ICC Sustainability Committee chairman, and all the organizing committee of ICC Tamil Nadu State Council members, as we have to close of this inaugural session, the ICC Sustainability Conclave for Hospitality and Industry and Award 2025, today's discussions have reinforced a powerful truth. Sustainability in hospitality is not just an aspiration, but a responsibility we must collectively uphold. Throughout the day, there will be various discussions going to be done by industry leaders, policymakers, experts who would highlight the urgency of adopting sustainable practices from energy efficient operations, responsible water usage, to waste management, recycling of waste, and elimination of single uses of plastics. The insights during in our panel discussions will also not just going to be thought-provoking but action-driven, emphasizing that sustainability is no longer a differentiator, it is an expectation. Moreover, the recognition of trailblazers in sustainability hospitality today reaffirms that impactful change is already happening. The challenge now is to take these lessons beyond this conclave to ensure that sustainability is not just a discussion, but a tangible commitment across all levels of the industry. Without taking much time, we have lots of resource persons and speakers here to elaborate more on this, our today more important topic of this ICC Sustainability Conclave. Thank you very much once again on behalf of ICC, everyone to be present here. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. I request the dignitaries to take their seats back onto the... Thank you, dignitaries. As we move forward, it's time to dive into one of the most anticipated sessions of today's conclave, our panel discussion on sustainability in hospitality beyond just slogan. The hospitality industry, known for its warmth and world-class service, also has a responsibility to lead by example in sustainable practices. From energy efficiency to waste management, from ethical sourcing to carbon footprint reduction, the industry has the power to create lasting impact. Today, our panel brings together some of the most forward-thinking leaders who are driving change and setting new benchmarks in sustainable hospitality. Now, to begin with, introducing our moderator for today's panel discussion is Ms. Radhika, a chartered accountant with an MBA in Sustainability and ESG, who brings a strong financial perspective to sustainable business and ESG practices. Her expertise lies in green finance, responsible investments, and eco-friendly interior solutions, helping hotels integrate profitability with sustainability. With experience in real estate in the UK, she has a deep understanding of carbon footprint reduction and sustainable operations, contributing valuable insights on environmental responsibility. I welcome Ms. Radhika onto the dais. Let's please give a round of applause and welcome our moderator, Ms. Radhika. Thank you, ma'am. Now welcoming our distinguished panelists. First is Mr. Sushil Kumar Ishwaran, ICC Committee Chairman Sustainability and co-founder and managing director at Canadian Crystalline Water India Limited. He is a spearheaded water treatment, packaging, brewery, ethanol, and hydrogen technology innovations. Under his leadership, the company has expanded to 52 plus countries, executing major desalination and packaging products. He pioneered bottled water franchising in India, partnering with brands like Aquafina, Kingfisher, and Foster's. Actively involved in philanthropy, he supports safe drinking water initiatives and animal welfare. I kindly welcome our panelist, Mr. Sushil Kumar Ishwaran, onto the dais. Let's please give a round of applause in welcoming our panelist, Mr. Sushil Kumar Ishwaran. Our next panelist is Mr. Anand Nair, General Manager at Intercontinental Hotel Groups. Anand Nair is a seasoned hotelier with 30 years of experience, including 15 plus years as a General Manager of luxury resorts and business hotels. He began his career with the Leela Hotels in 1995, before holding key roles at the Taj Group in India and Sri Lanka. After 7 years as general manager with Sarovar Hotels, he joined IHG, leading Crown Plaza Chennai and Intercontinental Chennai for 6 years. Mr. Anand, general manager of the year at Sarovar of the year 2014 and 2016 at the IHG, among 185 plus hotels in India, MEA. I kindly welcome Mr. Anand Nair onto the dais. Thank you, sir. Our next panelist is Mr. Kiran Bose, Director Engineering Operations South Asia at Hilton India. With 47 years of experience, he has led engineering operations across the Middle East, Southeast Asia, Chennai, Vietnam. He's worked with top-tier brands like Sheraton, Radisson SAS, Meridian, Intercontinental, Shangri-La, and JW Marriott. Passionate about mentoring, he is committed to guiding future hotel engineers and fostering sustainability in hospitality. I kindly welcome Mr. Kiran Bose onto the dais. Our next panelist is Mr. Anurag Mahapatra, Director of Learning and Development in Taj Hotels, the Indian Hotel Company Limited. A seasoned hotelier with 24 plus years of experience, he began in the front office at the Oberoi's before transitioning to learning and development at IHCL. As Director Learning and Development at IHCL, he oversees L&D initiative across Tamil Nadu. He holds degrees from Queen University Edinburgh and has worked with top brands like Oberoi, the Imperial, the Lalit, and Evolve Back Resorts. I kindly welcome Mr. Anurag onto the dais. Our next panelist is Mr. Saharsh, General Manager Hospitality at Ventive Hospitality Limited. Saharsh, Assistant General Manager, brings over 10 years of experience in asset management, product management, and hotel operations. He holds a bachelor's degree in commerce from Calcutta University and a postgraduate diploma in management from EIILM, Kolkata. Currently, Ventive Hospitality operates 8 hotels in India and 3 in Maldives, with more in the pipeline. He plays a key role in leading renovations, maintenance, and sustainability initiative across the company. I kindly welcome Mr. Saharsh onto the dais. Our final panelist is Mr. Saravana Raj, Senior Area Director of Engineering at Marriott International. Saravana Raj has 33 years of experience with leading hotel brands like Marriott, Oberoi, Hilton, Raintree, and Movenpick. His expertise spans hospitality and industrial sectors with a decade at Lucas Diesel Systems, UK. As Senior Area Director of Engineering, South Asia and Maldives at Marriott, he oversees 175 plus hotels across 6 countries. I now give the mic to the moderator and I request everybody to sit back and enjoy the discussion and participate in it. Over to the moderator and the panelist.
Thank you, Sunetra. Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for joining us today. I know people have flown in from different parts of the country, so thank you so much for that, and I hope we'll work up an appetite for lunch. So as we all know that rapidly how the hospitality industry is continuing to evolve, sustainability is obviously more than just a slogan. From reducing energy and water usage to adopting eco-friendly materials, the pressure on hotels to implement sustainable practices is growing, not just for environmental concerns, but also from the demands of eco-conscious customers, who are actually a very huge chunk today in the travel and tourism industry, and also investors who want to position themselves for competitive advantage and for greener finance and value maximization. Between this sandwich, hoteliers are already facing an operational crisis in practically implementing sustainability. So today we'll be exploring all of these issues, the obstacles, challenges, and solutions which all of you all face, experience in your practical lives. Now, before we jump on to the serious questions, I'll cut a deal with our panelists because I'm very good at that. So I promise I'll stick to the easy questions today if all of us give us a discounted deals at one of your hotels for one of the nights. Just throwing it out there. All right, so my first question is to Mr. Sarvanaraj. Everyone thinks and believes that sustainability initiatives are very expensive. Can you break this misconception for all of us as to how it can be economical and cost effective?
Yeah, so good morning to all of you. Yes, there was a time that sustainability was perceived as an expensive affair, but I think as the time progresses, as the technology is getting better and better, the ROI that the project can offer is drastically coming down. Just for an example, let's take solar. When we did 10 years back, solar, the cost and economics were very different. And when we do today, it is very different. Last week, I was in one of our hotels in Maldives. So we used to have a solar panel of square meter, which is giving 300 watts. Now we have gone beyond 500, 600, and people are talking more than that, 700 watts. So in this case, for example, if we remove all the panel and put the new panel, your capacity becoming double. Suppose your ROI was, let's say, 10 years before. Now it can come down much lesser than 5 years or even lesser. Especially in Maldives, where we generate 24 hours, we generate the electricity with the diesel, your cost per unit is very high comparing to the mainland. So it becomes more viable. The other great example is the water bottling plants. So water bottling plants were perceived as a costly affair in the past, but now if we really work out the economics behind that, getting all the way the Evians of the world and certain many other leading brands, and then put them in your guest rooms, by the time it reaches, how much carbon it emissions and how much cost it is. The real cost is more on logistics than the water cost itself, right? So now when we do it in our own place, your location, you are definitely coming across so many benefits. And we are seeing that in front of our own eyes. So I'm sure these are all few examples to take it forward.
Right. Mr. Kiran Bosar, do you agree on this?
You see, what Raj says is 100% correct. What we do not take the logistics cost of and the carbon footprint to it, Getting the bottles from somewhere in Gujarat coming to Chennai, for example, just calculate the amount of to and fro charges, calculate the labor charges. So he's 200% correct, I must say, and we have lots of heaps and bounds of changes in the technology now. For example, when we started in 1980s with the variable speed drive, they used to come big, very big. Now they've incorporated the motors, they are very efficient. So small things, they've made a lot of difference. Thank you.
Mr. Anand Nair, how is it very different for you?
Well, I think I just need to just add on to the points that has already been said. It's becoming more of a necessity for us to move towards that point rather than whether we can choose or make it an option. I think it's a necessity that everybody understands that this is the way forward and we don't have another option. So, for example, we're just going in for a complete renovation of our property, and as part of it, including, it was a very easy decision for me to put forward to the ownership and to the management and get an approval for, bringing in a glass bottle plant, be it solar panels, be it, whatever that has been projected by IAG, saying that these are all the initiatives that we need to do moving forward. They have agreed to almost every one of them, and it was very interesting to see that they could see the ROI. They are the ones who are putting in the money, and they were the first people to say yes, we will do it. And it's been a revelation for me to see that they are coming on board very, very easily, as opposed to what it was a few years back.
Right, I think there's a huge shift in investor mentality from how it started and what it is today. I think approvals are coming in faster. However, I also wanted to ask, what are the best and unique practices for sustainability observed in your experience? I think we can start with Mr. Kiran Bose, and then we can follow up again.
For me, I think sustainability starts with me to start with, you know. If I
Right.
brush my teeth in the house and I keep the water on, sustainability is there, you know. So I think we need to educate everybody, make people aware what sustainability is. For example, cleaning up your backyard, that's a big sustainable efforts. For example, in the hotels, if the air handling unit filters are clean and the fan connect filters are clean, for example, we save 2% of energy in this one. So very, very small things, baby steps, but they're very, very good. And that is the reason why we need to take baby steps and keep it going. You know, we are talking of IoT, we are talking of AI and all, but if your filters are not being cleaned for the air handling units, you know, you are losing money there. And for example, what we have in the hotels also, what is air handling units? I've got vendors coming up to me, telling me, you know, we are putting a BMS for you. I say, why are you putting the BMS? Oh, we're going to save energy. I say, listen, first you need to ensure that the sensors are working. You need to calibrate the sensors, and then you need to see if the motorized valves are working or not. And that is the basic. If you put a BMS, state-of-art BMS, which you say state-of-art, but the basics have to be very, very clear. For me, I go into very basics, that we need to start with the basics and move on. If I do not get the basics right, no amount of AI will do the job, because AI is not there to clean the filters for you. AI is not there to calibrate the sensors for you. So I'm being a little bit technical on this, but this really saves a lot of money. 2% of electricity cost in a hotel, which is saved because of clean filters, is quite a lot of money. Thank you.
Mr. Mahapatra?
Yeah, I completely agree with Mr. Bose. You know, decades back, when we started in hotels, you know, be it solar panels or having a water bottling plant in a hotel, that itself raised eyebrows. I mean, can you imagine the cost without even calculating? You know, because the mindset was that you know, something to do with sustainability comes with a cost.
Right.
But yes, as Mr. Bose mentioned, we started taking baby steps. You would all remember all these recycled pens made out of recycled paper. That was probably one of the first steps we took, you know, as far as sustainability is concerned. It was limited to that. Maybe you see a little bit of handmade paper here and there, recycled bins here and there, baby steps again. And then we graduated. Today, sustainability, as we discussed now, is not an option. It's not an initiative. It has to be a mindset. It is part of the culture. And yes, it is definitely beyond slogan. I know there is no compromise to that. You know, so for the time being, yes.
Mr. Sarsh, you come from a very different perspective. Can you throw us some light on what you think about it?
See, my view of looking at things is a bit different. As we talk about sustainability and why you know, the cost breakup has come in. Last, if you go 10 years back, there would be probably 1 or 2 players in the market who would be offering you all these solutions. But with time, you know, from the owner's perspective, there are multiple players in the market, there are multiple options in the market where, you know, you can look at different technologies and different aspects, which has led to the price wars, and the price has to come down. And on the other hand, yes, as Mr. Bose said, the baby steps is the key thing, you know. When the operations team come to me, you know, we need to buy split units. The first question is there any nearby chiller plant line, a cold water line running by? You know, tap it, rather than buying new split units and putting in the properties here and there. Tap those chiller lines if it is possible, and go for it. Means every step, you know, leads to huge savings in the hotel.
Right. So while you're having the mic, Mr. Saharsh, what I also wanted to know is across different sizes of organizations, right, smaller to larger, I wanted to understand what is the levels of hierarchy for approval for sustainability, and how are we aiming to minimize it going forward?
See, if you ask me any hierarchy, it depends on organization to organization. And I believe with my portfolio Inventive, we have around 8 hotels in India and 3 islands in Maldives. So, and majority is with Mr. Raj. We operate most of them with Marriott's. So the approval process is very smooth. The operations team give us a proper project, and we evaluate the project with our engineers. And we follow the process, you know, to keep confidence in our operators and work hand to hand with them. So they come and elaborate all the different aspects of the project, and then we approve it. It is because Ventive Hospitality is just nurtured three months ago. Before it, it was a Panchil reality, and the promoters are very sound in technology and these sustainable practices since 10, 20 years. So it does not make a lot of time, it does not take a lot of time for us to, evaluate and understand and go for the approvals. And then Mr. Raj evaluates it from the area team from Marriott. It becomes all the more easier, and it gives us more comfort and helps us to understand that whatever decisions we are taking is seconded by somebody very senior. So it depends. In my organization, it's very smooth, and I believe with time evolving, the approval process has now not been a very big, a big boon in everybody's mind. It is now easy.
So sounds like a cakewalk for you. I want to know everybody's opinion. Mr. Sarvana Raj, what do you think it is?
Yeah, I think he is very polite in his answer, but we get great support from owners like Ventive and many other leading owners in India. In fact, nowadays they have their own policies, which can sometimes run faster than our policies as well, to be frank and honest. We as a company, we take global decision from US, and then it is broken down to the individual continents, and we follow that. But
which can take like about weeks, months sometimes?
Yeah. But there are the local owners who are super focused and laser focused on this, and sometimes they ask us to run faster than what we want to, especially in their case. So it makes much easier for us in terms of approvals, because everybody is aware and everybody is supportive of the fact.
All right. Mr. Kiran Bose, would you like to add your few cents on that?
I totally agree with Raj and the other gentleman. But it is actually based from company to company. Like what Raj says, it is US driven. They have got the best policies, we agree. But when it comes to the owners, it's very important to tell them what is in it for me. Well, that's the most important part.
Right.
I can of course vouch with Sushil, we are doing a lot of water bottling plants with them, but it's been to and fro. We're going to do it, we know that. It's been to and fro, the owners coming back to us and to them, So it takes a lot of time. There is a challenge there because the mindset of the owners are very, very different, because they think about each and every penny they make, where they can invest. For example, we have a plant where we wanted to do a capex, we want to do OPEX, but the owner says, no, I have to do a capex. It was a typical, I don't want to be racist, but it was a Marwadi owner, and he insisted on that one, because you're looking at 0.5, 0.25 of interest rate in the bank. So, it's different owners, it's a different ball game, but it's good that we have a backup from our company from states. So they have a plan, and then we follow it up. But it's not an easy cakewalk, I must say that. It was easy cakewalk. Raj, congratulations, but for me, I don't think it's easy cakewalk. It takes time. A lot of convincing to and fro. Sushil has to come in 2 and 3 times, speak to the owners, speak to the stakeholders. It will be done. Obviously, it gets done, but it takes time. So that's what we're facing. Thank you.
Right. So, in terms of investors we've spoken about, when we come to guests and customers, what changes have you noticed in guest experience regarding sustainability? As ultra luxury, leisure, business hotels, do you feel that is hampered or that is compromised when we are delivering sustainability? I think we can start with Mr. Nair.
Well, I think it's we should not be under any sort of misogyny that it's not important. It's very, very important. The millennials itself has started that journey. The Gen Z is becoming, even more. So if you look at some statistics that we've been talking about, more than 52% of Gen Z travelers now make it a point to, add to the some sort of a environmental sustainability factor to whichever destination they travel to. About 56% of Gen Z travelers actually choose to travel to lesser known destinations just so that they don't add to their footprint in terms of higher traveled destinations. There are so many such factors that are out there in terms of studies that are available to us to give us the understanding that moving forward, that particular factor is going to be playing a bigger role in terms of whether our hotels are going to be the right choice of accommodation for for these the travelers of tomorrow. There are many Michelin star restaurants across the world who are moving on to the footprint where they say that from the farm to table concept, right? To move to the locally sourced, to make sure that it is locally grown, locally used, and the freshest of products available. There is one that I was recently in one of our discussions that I came across from Brazil, if I'm not mistaken. They're saying that earlier there were parts of, for example, fish or carcass that were just thrown away. But today the point is, how do I ensure even the smallest part of that is used in my menu, so that it becomes that whole concept of sustainability is the journey that you to understand that let's become more conscious. Consumption has to be more conscious, and we do not waste, and we become better at managing our resources, managing water, everything, every aspect of it. So all this is seen and understood by customers, and I think it's going to be only more and more important for everyone to understand that it is a conscious choice that the customers will make the more we show that we are conscious in terms of the environment.
Right. I mean, from an international perspective, I think it's not very far that hotels will also start listing how much carbon emission will be per room booking, like how we started to do it for flight bookings. So hopefully that will come in soon. Mr. Mohapatra, what is your experience in guest involvement?
Yes, of course. See, sustainability doesn't compromise luxury, for sure. It rather enhances luxury. Today's Gen Z traveler, as you also mentioned, they are very conscious about this fact that they like to record or capture these memories wherever they travel, and they travel a lot as compared to our generations before, and since the infrastructural developments have taken place. So with that, they like to capture these memories on cam, and with that, they highlight these sustainable initiatives taken by the resorts. There are offbeat resorts today. There are resorts today who, serve the tribal cuisine on their buffet. Organic farming, organic gardens, a stay in an organic farm by the guest, experiential dining in the middle of nowhere, or usage of, upcycling of the furniture from the hotel.
Right.
And not just WTPs, STPs, or biogas plants. It has moved beyond that. Having 60%, 55% of the entire manpower by the locals, hiring the locals there, promoting the local cuisine. So when the Gen Z traveler travels today and they see these kind of things, another way for the hotels is to involve these guests, give them a hands-on experience.
Right.
That is what, also gives them something which they were probably not aware. If somebody, a traveler is from a metropolitan city, wants to travel to a offbeat resort, and they are not used to these kind of experiences, giving them an experience hands-on will also bring them in, and the next time they want to visit to a resort which has sustainable practices like this, and they'd rather ask for it. And this has also become part of the PR teams to put this across their websites. You see hotel companies today, they have it on their websites. They have a different section. Hotels today have departments with corporate governance. It is called responsible tourism or RT or sustainability. So we've graduated, as Mr. Bose earlier mentioned, we are taking baby steps. So having a separate department, a separate vertical, a separate team, only to have this done is definitely a big leap. And yes, to govern that with the websites like IHCL, we have on our website for across IHCL hotels, we govern the air emission, carbon footprints, water reduction. Just 2 days back, we had a press release that, we reduced our consumption of water to about 20% as compared to last year. And about 48% of our wastewater was recycled, as compared to last year. We just had a press release 2 years back. So this is for the entire staff of all our 260 operational hotels to see it on the internal portal. And it is updated on a daily basis. So this not only creates awareness within the employees, they talk about it to the guests when they come in and adds on to their experience.
So it's like marketing in itself.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Right. So we've spoken about investors, we've spoken about customers. Everyone's talking about AI now. AI, technology is also old. AI and technology is something that everybody is talking about. So my question is to Mr. Sushil. As to as an innovative solutions provider to one of the larger brands in all the countries, I wanted to know what are the technological innovations that you're using to drive sustainability?
So, as a company, our focus has been in water treatment, wastewater treatment, and packaged drinking water solutions. So first we try to, talk to the properties. See, the hotel industry is very complex. They, I think, are the most complicated setup which I've ever seen. I've worked with almost all industries, including nuclear park operations, but the kind of complexity in a hotel is much more. So they have so many, verticals within the hotel to handle. Yeah. Yes. So I tell them one thing is that I don't want to, we would like to be as a technology company a part of the solution and try to share our experience of my experience of 30 years and the company experience of 60 years in trying to improve whatever we can from our end towards the sustainable practices. So when we got involved in the bottling segment of the glass, we miniaturized our large glass bottle washers which we built for the liquor and soft drink companies. And we still had to focus and say that no to chemicals. We didn't want detergents. So we eliminated and we introduced a technology from our company which was specifically meant for handling high pollutants like textile dye effluent or, alcohol, liquor, distillery effluent into this system, which we call it as, it's a patented technology called advanced oxidation. We introduced this so that we can, it's 6,000 times more powerful than chlorine or even ozone. And so the advanced oxidation, which is a free radical OH, it is literally, we call it the magic, molecule. And it has replaced in almost all the hotels we work with the detergent to clean the bottles. So we have made it zero chemicals. The second thing we are trying and which we are working with and we are prototyping is we have technology which is a combination for the laundry waste. You know, the marine ecosystem is very fragile. And laundry detergent and the surfactants and the microplastics create a lot of issues for the marine life. So we are now prototyping and testing with several properties our very latest technology, which is a combination of electrocavitation, coagulation, and advanced oxidation to replace and to remove all these surfactants, microplastics, and the detergents out of the system. So this is something which we're really working. We're encouraging people to call us to put up a live demo and to make them see the actual benefits of what it can do. Again, zero chemical is what we are trying to head at. And the third effort we are taking into the hotels is to see that the swimming pools, again, are chlorine-free. Today, with advanced oxidation and ozone, a combination of technologies, you can eliminate the use of chlorine. And we can straight away swim in the pools without goggles. It's amazing effect on your skin, the ozone or the OH plus. Yeah, you don't believe me, there's so much of papers available on the net. It cures ozone as a gas and OH plus as a molecule. It has the ability to cure skin diseases, including cancer. And in World War II, when there was no paracetamol, they used ozone for curing and healing the wounds of all the soldiers. And this was done by the German and Russian forces. And somewhere allopathy took over and a lot of nature has not been utilized. But I think if we can really reintroduce things like that into our normal daily life, and imagine we don't need chlorine, we are just taking air, converting it to oxygen, concentrating the oxygen, using it, converting it to ozone, and further going to OH+. So everything is from nature. We are not adding anything in this process, and it becomes oxygen again. So we give back what we've taken. So there's nothing which is transformed. So it's a nice cycle, very positive for nature. So this is what we are trying to do. And with AI, as you question, and what Kiran sir also said, that, see, today the problem in India in most of our operations are, we have to somehow make efficiency by making systems idiot-proof. The biggest challenge for us is our human interface. As sir said that, cleaning the filter will save the energy. So many other things are happening. So I think the way we could use AI is to get the data, collect it, and have AI just do what we want. AI is still like at our beck and call. It's just a tool which we have to use. And it can see the system going wrong. It can give warning. It can shut down systems. Right. It can give information to the company running the O&M. It can do a lot of things to support, including if the advanced oxidation system doesn't run. It's a direct implication on the quality of the water, because advanced oxidation not only helps in disinfection, but a very important purpose is the shelf life. So we want to improve the shelf life, because once the bottle goes to the room, it's packaged inside a bottle. It still has to have life. If you disinfect water with any of our household purifiers, the shelf life is not more than 24 hours. It's going to breed after that. So the importance of what we are getting into is actually, though it looks very simple, they're entering a very challenging space. As hotels have mastered almost all the 22 verticals, as sir was saying, this is another one where there are going to be new challenges. It's going to be in terms of labor, it's going to be in terms of operation, and it's also going to be in terms of understanding what to deliver to the client and what is the client expecting. And in our best of our ability, we have to ensure that we're idiot-proof. So AI, I believe, we have to use it only for making our systems, improving efficiency, idiot-proof. That's
right. Now, kudos to your team. So I think it's such a pioneering technology, and hopefully more and more people see this and watch this, and they're able to use this technology across more brands. Well, you mentioned about human interface using a lot of technology, a lot of sustainability. I think the most important team and the people who pick our dirty laundry in hotels are the workforce. Right? So it's very important that they are on board with your sustainability practices as much as everybody else is. So how have you managed to train staff and workforce to motivate them to drive sustainability? I think we'll start with Mr. Kiran Bose first.
That's a very easy question for me, because in the industry, we have got about 33 to 40% attrition rates. You've got people jumping the ship for 1,000 rupees. So that is where the challenge is, to train the people, to motivate the people. So you have to start from step one, For example, educating the staff how you're going to save energy, for example. So we create targets for them and say, okay, the electricity cost today is 100 rupees, for example. So tomorrow the target is 98 rupees. So we create small targets and we start educating them, telling them what is good for them and what is in it for them also. That's the most important thing. Because with the attrition rate, we get new people, new challenges, and we have to keep on training. That's what we feel. Education is so important to everybody that, it's also awareness. For example, if something is happening in the city, they have to be aware of what is happening in the city. So the training is the best part, and we do sort of lot of training in our hotels. We have got a benchmark, we have got targets of training to be done. We achieve a lot of training. We use the normal training analysis methods. We keep on training the people, and we keep on telling them the training, there is no end to it. You got to train. So it comes out of the years, they're fed up with it or they leave, So for us, I think attrition is the most important part. As you say, we are having so much high attrition rates in the hotels, not only the Hiltons, but of course, Raj knows in Marriott, you see a new face every day. So it's most important to tell them. The biggest challenge we face with Gen Z is that everybody wants to be a general manager within 5 years. I don't know.
We're very ambitious like that.
You got the same issue, huh? So how can you make general with 5 years? You have to go through a basic journey. It takes 9 months for the baby to come out, It takes 12 years to study, and then a couple of years more to do your engineering, a couple of years more. You cannot do the things which I am doing at my age. A young kid with 20 years experience and 30 years of age is impossible to do. So that has to be built into the Gen Z and be told, listen, guys, this is a journey. It's an amazing journey. Take it as it goes. We train you for that. So that's what we are doing. Thank you.
Mr. Sarvanan, sir, what do you have to add on to this?
Yeah, I think training is definitely non-negotiable. And then how we can involve them into the process plays a major role, in my opinion. For example, we have a target given to each of these sections of the hotels, and we tell them the timelines, and then we keep giving the feedback that where are we. So you set a dashboard, the dashboard can, so we have multiple dashboards. One is the property level, the other one is our continent level, and then we have the global level. So these are all the drivers which will definitely encourage them to involve a little bit more than the regular processes. And the tools should be there in place to support them. Otherwise they are in dark. You know, they come, they do all the switching off the unwanted lights and setting the AC temperature and all that. But at the end of the day, where are we? How far we progressed? So that setting up the tool plays a vital backbone for any organization, in my opinion. And we have done that. We can talk about it in a while, in some time.
Right. Mr. Mahapatra, how is it different for you in Taj?
Not much of a different, but see, today in hotels we have a lot of freshers coming in, and for most of them, at least the ground level team, it is their first job. You know, people are venturing out from their mother states and going out. We get a lot of people from the northeast coming down south. You know, so when they come as their first job and they see a hotel for the first time, first of all, they are blown away with the shiny marble flooring, chandeliers, butlers, stretch limousines. You know, to imbibe the culture of sustainability amongst this is challenging initially. But this has to be done from day one. So most hotels do it part of their orientation onboarding program. Make them understand why the senior leadership of hotels, they focus on certifications or look at sustainability from a bigger picture. But who do the ground level? Who will switch off the lights when you leave the room? You know, there are sensors, yes, of course, but who will create that culture? So that needs to be started from day one onwards, part of onboarding. And moving on as they progress with their career progression, their journey within the brand or shift brands, that eventually becomes a part of their culture to understand that sustainability starts with me. It is not just my organization's initiatives, and it is mandatory for me to do. Yes, you know, we also have targets, we also have volunteering hours, etc. But to imbibe that culture, that I am responsible for this. You know, responsible tourism starts with me as a hotelier. So that is done from day one, and it's an ongoing process. It's a continuing process in every assessment of theirs, in every appraisals of theirs, part of their career progression, promotions, so on and so forth.
Add something. I think I totally agree with Mr. Mahapatra. You know, it pinches when you have to pay the electricity bills. It pinches when you have to pay the water bills. I think that's the most important thing. Where it pinches, everybody understands that where it's pinching. So that realization must be there that we work for a company and it's our own. So that pinch effect has to come the same like as we pay our electricity bills and our water bills. Thank you.
Right. No, thank you, sir. I think we also have the awards today. So I think this is the perfect time to prove in your nominations to tell us, each one of us, as to what we are doing as each hotel brands towards sustainability, and what's our goal in achieving net zero in the coming 5 years or so going forward. We can start Mr. Nair first.
But I think it's a journey, right? It's not something that we can achieve overnight, or it's not something that you can just put on a switch and then suddenly you become sustainable. It's a journey. So at IAG we say it's a journey to tomorrow. We started the journey in the year 2021, and the goals in sustainability is related to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So we say one is in terms of the environmental impact and environmental sustainability. That includes in terms of energy, green energy, reduction in terms of water consumption, reduction in terms of food consumption, etc., etc. The second part of sustainability is in terms of being an equal opportunities employer. So we need to make sure that inclusivity is something that we take care of. So, for example, in my hotel, we've tried to make sure that we have built additional toilets so that we could employ people from the LGBTQ community and make them feel welcome. We also have a target in terms of ensuring that we have people who are from the differently able community and we incorporate them also as part of our system. The third is in terms of ensuring that the local communities are involved. So we make sure that, IAG's target is to touch 20 million lives by the time we turn 2030. So we ensure that local communities are better. Like for example, in my resort, we try, there are these artisans who create beautiful stone sculptures. So we have set up a shop for them in our hotel. We don't charge any rentals from them. We allow them to put up their products and make a living out of that. We also hired people from the local villages. For example, we have this tea coffee stall that we do in the evening, and we serve complimentary tea coffee to all our guests. We hired local women, and we trained them to do that so that we give them a locally cultural, kind of a cultural immersive experience for our guests also. And last but not the least is to make sure that we have ethical practices and governance in everything that we do. So it's a journey which we have to undertake and make sure that we move towards move away from the single-use plastic, be it bottling plants or be it the bulk amenities that we use in our bathrooms as against the smaller ones that we used to earlier. All of this would contribute and make sure that we reach net neutrality as in terms of our carbon footprint by 2050. 50% reduction in food waste by the time we touch 2030. These are all goals, and it's a journey. It's a journey that we have to take over a longer period of time. As we were talking about in terms of all the other panel members were all saying, we have to buy or build in that sense of ownership in our team to be able to do that. It's not that me alone sitting there as a general manager of the hotel, if I decide so, it'll not happen. Everybody has to play a part in that. Absolutely. Everybody has to be taking that ownership and saying that we all will contribute towards that. Only then we will move forward towards that goal.
Perfect. No, absolutely. I'm all in for the artisanal being included across. I think that's a very good platform that you're able to give. I think we'll follow up with Mr. Kiran sir and Sarvanan sir.
On a lighter note, I think Mr. Trump does not like inclusivity. That's the first thing. Yeah. We as a company, we believe in spreading light of warmth and hospitality in the people around. So that's our goaling. So we got a 534-page ESG report coming out, but I'll just summarize in very few minutes. We have got the 3 Ws, the water, the watts, and waste. That's the first thing which we do. So we got targets given to different hotels, which are analyzed through a program called Light Stay, like which Marriott does for Mesh, I guess. Yeah. So we got a similar program, Light Stay. So it does, every hotel reports back the data correctly. And through AI-generated model, we say, okay, this particular hotel has to use this much energy, varying on the temperatures, occupancy rates. So we do that for water, waste, and electricity. And then we have got the social governance part of it, where inclusivity is there. We got a community programs, which we track them. And then everybody is given a sort of a point, which is a part of the KPI of the general managers, because again, it's accountability which matters there. So we do this as a part of in the holistic sense, the ESG 530-page report. So I am not going to tell you exactly what all basics we do, but more or less all the chains do same. Cage-free eggs, seafood, stuff like that, community service, So these are the part of things which you do. And it's all the chains, because they're all American chains anyway. All of us do the same thing, quoted in a different thing. Marriott calls it MASH, we call it Light Stay. You call it in Intercon green, whatever it is, I don't remember. So it's all in the same, it's all painted in different paints and colors, So we all do the same thing, and we all follow the same pattern of doing things, So that's where we are. Thank you.
So as a company, Marriott International, we have signed up ourselves for net zero by 2050, and it is very much available in the public domain. We also broken down the goals into small different pieces. Like for 2030, we have a different goal, which will take us the journey from now till 2050. If you want to achieve, you need to have the goals in between. So we have that goal as well for 2030. For example, the scope 1 and scope 2 emissions, we need to reduce by 47% from our baseline of 2016 to 2030. So this 47% is a huge amount. We typically talk about 2.5%, 3% per year, and it gets tougher and tougher, right? First year saving 3% is easy, but then when you do the same for next 10 years, it's not a easy job. It is becoming tighter and tighter. So we are also gearing up ourselves on how really we can contribute on the ground, rather than all the balanced scorecards and our goals and targets. Everything's available in the paper, but how can we enhance that or make it more practical on the ground? So this is something. And also with respect to the landfill and food waste and all that, we have different numbers for that. But the plan is clearly in place. We use the method called science-based target. I'm sure majority of the leading companies use the same. So based on the science-based target, the third-party companies work for you and come back and tell you, hey, these are all the opportunities, you focus on this. So that's the approach we are currently taking and progressing well on that.
No, thank you. We see the shiny Pathya bottles. So what is your take on this?
Yes, in fact, at IHCL, Pathya, the framework revolves around Pathya. It is not just a slogan or a logo on a bottle of water. Pathya in Sanskrit, it's derived from a Sanskrit word, means pathya, so, or a path. So this is our path to sustainability, that's what we meant. And it has got its pillars. So at IHCL, the entire sustainability framework, the entire ESG gamut is revolving around this. And it's not just updating our website or the internal portal with carbon footprints, air emission, water reduction, etc., or having paper amenities in rooms, even razors or toothbrushes made of wood, and or wastage management. Not just that, or having our reports or dashboards and showing we have reduced so much from last year, or having AQI indexes displayed in our lobbies, so on and so forth. It is beyond that, is what I feel at IHCL. It is about things being evident around you when you walk in to a IHCL hotel. Be it palaces that we have, or safaris that we have, or city hotels, airport hotels that we have. Even guest feedback is also taken based on these initiatives. So the guest feedback link, which goes to every guest post checkout, has a question that, did you notice anything pertaining to sustainability? Would you like to mention about? And so guest feedback is also taken and action is taken, so on and so forth. So as Mr. Bose mentioned initially again, so baby steps has brought us, given us a little bit of elevation. But yes, we are also targeting ahead. In our vision for 2030, we call it the Accelerate 2030. We have the enablers defined, and where do we want to be as far as sustainability is concerned by the year 2030. Currently, we are at about 340 hotels signed and operational together. By the year 2030, we are taking it up to 700 hotels. It's double the inventory. So with that, opening new hotels, signing new hotels, constructing new hotels without sustainable materials is definitely not a part of the game. So yeah, we have all this derived, and that is what we plan to take it forward. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Saharsh?
For this, we at Ventive Hospitality, we also have a slogan, and we have a slogan of redefining the essence of luxury. And luxury without is meaningless without responsibility. So we have two sides to this. One is the corporate side and one is the operation side. From the corporate side, we plan all the major capexes, and as I mentioned earlier, the promoters have been very mindful. So from the last 2 decades, we have solar panels. We already have water bottling plants in all our properties. We have taken. So my current properties are approximately 65% of green energy. And we are into a hybrid model between windmill and solar energy. So we use these two elements to the optimum. And on the contrary, from the operations sides, we keep innovations on, for example, I was in AHA 2 weeks earlier, the hospitality conference. The companies were pitching in for their products, and a very simple salamander machine it uses approximately 10 minutes to heat. The new, it was earlier in a coil system, now it comes with an infrared system. It reduces your heating time to 4 minutes. So I have a 60% saving. So we keep educating our purchase cluster team, purchase team, and tell them that these are new things in the market, which can help you drive towards more energy efficiency. In the Maldivian markets, yes, there is a big challenge because all our 3 islands are on diesel. We have been into a very deep dive discussion to find a solution for that. We are moving towards hydrogen-based generators. So it's still not fully fledged up in the market, but we are working on that from the corporate side so that the operation side gets the benefit of it. So there are a lot of things going on with our company towards making life easier for both the corporate as well as the operations team. So this is where Ventive is going.
Right, and anyway, approvals are happening very faster in your case, so it should be a lot more faster than the others, isn't it?
Definitely.
Right. All right, so thank you so much. We'll probably hop on to a couple of questions from the audience before we close. So I'd like to ask anybody who would have any questions to be asked to any of the panelists. Yes, please go ahead. I think it's an excellent question that's coming in. So Gen Z might not be a luxury customer, but you might have a lot of effort that is dedicated towards catering to this audience. So in terms of cost benefit, how are we able to balance this?
Can I take this question?
Of course you can.
Yeah. So Gen Z might not be a luxury buyer, you are right, but it's not the entire generation in my personal opinion. See, I'll give you the example of my organization, IHCL. We have Taj Hotels, we have Vivanta Hotels, we have Ama Stays, we have Gateway Hotels, we have Ginger Hotels, we have Palaces Safaris. So with this brandscape, what we as an organization try to do is enhance the market segment as a whole. If in a Taj Hotel at say 6:30, 7 in the evening, you'll have the lobby lights dimmed with candles, a pianist playing a piano, someone on a violin. That's the ambience you're looking at in the lobby of a 5-star hotel with wines, cocktails. But in a Vivanta hotel, on the other hand, you'll have these youngsters. Bon vivant is our tagline there. You'll have a comedy night, for example, or a DJ on weekends, because the guests there are vibrant guests. They want their Wi-Fi to be fast. They don't want butlers. They don't want chandeliers. They want a quick car which can take them to their office. They want a quick laundry. They're not the ones who would wear a 3-piece suit. The service is crisp accordingly. So with this, we try to capture as much as possible within all these market segments and give them exactly what we want. Most of the times we probably succeed, and most of the times maybe yes, they're still learning. I hope I've answered your question that way. But maybe the payment you're talking about paying.
Yes, so I think what she's trying to say is that how can you also make it economical for the users in terms of end benefits? So let's say they have to book a hotel room, which is also ensuring less carbon emissions, less lights, less energy usage, but also coming at a good cost. Is that right?
That is true, but if I can rephrase it, how can make you attractive, let's say, for older generation? How can a 40, 50, 60-year-old also attract towards sustainability, still paying so much more for the service?
Right, so in terms of both the audience.
Exactly, yeah.
Again,
I'll give you an example of another resort. You've talked about the elder generation also. Just an example of this particular resort. I know of a resort in Karnataka. You know, they have an activity. This is in Kurg, by the way. They have an activity of taking you for a morning walk or a nature walk early in the morning. Starts at 6:30. So you do bird watching. You've got binoculars. Yes, not much of a walking. There are elders also involved. And then you go to the local village. You have a cup of tea on the local village. The hotel has got nothing to do with that. The hotel is not paying. And then you buy postcards and inland letters. You write to yourself. Go to a letterbox and post it to yourself.
Yes, right.
You know, so imagine a 50-year-old, 55-year-old. I have seen guests having tears in their eyes. Trust me. Because they have not done this for the last 30 years. And when their grandchildren ask them, why are you emotional? What is this all about? I can just send a WhatsApp. And then they explain and they find it exciting. Oh, I put it in this box, it will come to our house. By the time we reach home, it will be there. And they get interested. So here we are capturing both the generations. This is just one example. So on and so forth, coming on to the rates. So I was talking about Vivantas or Rama Street and all that. The room rates or the dining rates are accordingly. You know, when there is a no-frill service, the rates obviously a Ginger hotel will not cost you as much as a Taj Mahal Palace in Mumbai, for example. Maybe I have now answered your question.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to go for a question? Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Can I add to your question there?
Yes, please.
Luxury is experience, it's fully experience. Yeah, but for us as a hotel chain, we look at it different ways. We got to ensure that the fire and life safety is in place. That costs money.
Right.
There's no compromise. If you stay at the minimum brand and the Ritz-Carlton in the Walter Astoria, we are not going to compromise on that. There is a money for that. That we cannot take it on. There is a money to maintain that property. There is a fire and life safety concerns, which is very, very important for paramount for us. You know, as Raj will of course compliment me on that one. That is, we cannot avoid that. And that is the cost we need to pay. Irrespective of you go to the lowest brand or to the highest brand. So there is no compromise on that. So people have to realize that there is a price for that to pay. It comes with costs. That's it. Safety has got a cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
I have a question to ask.
Yeah, sure.
Good afternoon. I have a question to ask Indian Chamber of Commerce. I am from Mahabalipuram. I represent a standalone property. My query is, I see an eminent panelist in front of me who are on stage. With the way you converse with her for the last 45 minutes, what I understand, your brand philosophy gives you an identity to stick on to a concept. Whereas me, being a standalone, I am trying to build my own identity. Here, I have a conflicting question that raises on my mind. You being Barriott, you being IHG, you being Taj and thing, and that brand identity is compelling you to stick on to a concept. Whereas me, as a standalone operator, I still don't know what is the right thing to do for a brand like me. Here, my question to Indian Chamber of Commerce is, where do I go to get the knowledge? That is one. Second, as a brand, you are compelled to follow something. Me, as a standalone, will I be forced or compelled by someone above me to get into some standard? Just to give an example. See, for the last 2 years, I've been trying to introduce a zero waste water product. I know very well that we are using more plastics in our property. But until now, I have not been compelled to move on to one direction. Will there be a scope for the government or someone in between to push people like us? We are doing exceptionally well, but to push people like us to move in a direction that favors your, the futuristic goals, what you said. Now, we are all talking about a 5 years agenda, 10 years agenda. I see a board like a 2047 agenda for India. But me as one single identity, how much I am inclined to move towards the direction. Still, I myself is asking me a question. If at all, if anyone can throw some lights, I would be happy to listen.
Mr. Shiv can take this question.
Hi, I'm the chairman of the Indian Chamber of Commerce. You have a pertinent question. So, Indian Chamber of Commerce, as you know, is the oldest chamber of commerce in this country. We are the mother of all the chambers. So, we in Indian Chamber of Commerce are trying our best to ensure that we have sessions like this on sustainability and various other sessions to ensure that we have better public awareness. And also I don't know if you heard my speech in the inauguration, I said that there are a lot of things that the government does, a lot of things Government of India does, a lot of things Tamil Nadu government does. And we are the bridge. We are trying to bring these programs into, to the public to make them aware. So we are only an enabling factor. So we can enable you, but it's like taking the horse to the river and the horse has to drink the water. So you guys have to drink the water. So we can only enable, we can only take you there. That's why we run sessions like this. That's why we run symposiums like this. I hope, you'll be able to benefit by this whole day session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shiv. Any other questions from the audience?
Okay, so now, first of all, kudos to all the sustainability initiatives and the practices that you all implement in the hotels. So my question was, see, you all do a lot of pick up and drop for your guests and also for your employees, right? I mean, you all pick them and drop them. So how many of you all have moved to EV? To, you all. Great. And what about the other hotels?
Right, that's an excellent question as to mobility being moved to EV.
I totally agree with you. As I told, baby steps, we started with EV charging in all the hotels. It's a step towards it. I cannot promise that we're going to do it because it all has the operations, has also the owners, Like I said, they see the benefit, they will move in. It's a question of time. So, as Mr. Trump also says that burning a Tesla takes 20 years of, behind bars. So something like that has to come here to the country. It's very, very difficult for everybody to move to EV at this stage. And we can see the benefits. But slowly it's going to come through, like the hydrogen stuff is coming through. Nitin Gadkari has done a couple of days back. It will come through. It will of course speak through, but that's not a problem. Yeah, at least the initiative is there. We are putting certain measures into the place to see that initiatives carried ahead. And certain hotels do, of course, have EV pick up and drop. I every time travel to the airport to the Blue Smart. They have EV cars. So it's a question of how you are doing it and how it comes on from them. What is the benefit which the owners are going to see, and we take it from there.
Great, thank you. And I think slowly it's going to, improve. And probably by another 10, 15 years, all the hotels will probably, move on to EV.
Yeah, we hope to see that very soon.
Yeah,
yes, IHCL also, it's part of our brand standards to have EV vehicles. In fact, when you move out from this hotel also, you'll see EV stations. So EV stations and EV cars, about 30 to 40% of the entire car fleet of every hotel has to be EV. That's part of the brand standards.
Okay, and one more question. How many of you all, I'm sure post-COVID have, moved over to digital tools or digitalization for collecting your data? So, I mean, in all your hotels, have you all ensured that right from your, like we say, watchmen at, manufacturing sites, but since you all are, it's a service industry, right from your security to your senior stakeholders. So is there a system or a way of how you all collect, digitally collect your data and how you interpret it and how it's percolated throughout the institution?
Yes, in fact, a few years back, decades back, say when a guest is arriving at the hotel, you get you sign a registration card, which had 3 copies. It also had carbon papers, 1 copy to accounts, night auditor, this, that. And then every time you go to a hotel, restaurant, you eat something, you sign a supporting voucher. That again, 1 copy goes to a pigeonhole, 1 copy goes to accounts full with files. So we have slightly moved ahead of it now. So when a guest arrives, you sign on a tablet, and that digital copy is saved, digital signature. Your passports are just scanned, and that soft copy is saved. Your photo IDs are scanned. Even when you go to an outlet, F&B outlet, to have your food or in-room dining, you again sign a tablet. You get, and at the end when you check out, the bills are mailed to you or can come over WhatsApp to you. So there's no paper involved. This is just one example of a guest cycle, so on and so forth. So all guest data is, including staff data, is captured.
So guest data, I know. I was just
data-
talking about what about the staff?
Yeah,
and, all
so
of
years
that.
back, say, talking of L&D, my fraternity, when I'm taking a training session, we used to sign attendance sheets. Employees will have to write their employee number, feedback on the training, you sign, that is filed. But today we've moved on to scanning QR codes and the attendance is captured. End of the year, you can see how many training sessions has the employee attended or pending to attend. All that is part of an LMS digitally. Even in HR and accounts and purchase, your indents are online now. They're approved. They're being approved online, so on and so forth. So it is all digital.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So Sarna wants to add.
Yeah, just to add on to that, digitization is becoming more and more unavoidable now, whether we like it or not. For example, yes. All the, one is the guest-facing facilities and amenities. The back of the house systems also started migrating in paper-free environment in Marriott. For example, all your internal communications or intent that you are raising, everything is becoming paperless. And we have piloted this like 4 or 5 years back, and now more and more hotels are adopting. And it is becoming very seamless, fast, less waiting time for the papers to physically move on from general manager office to the purchase and then to so on. So it is becoming more evident. It's a very good question actually. Thank you.
Can I add to this? I think one very important thing which I go and see in the hotels, the amount of paper with accounting keeps because they have an audit objection.
No, sir, no auditor wants paper
let me come back to you. I'm talking of all the big auditors, PwC, whatever it is, they want to see a paper document. We have tried in one of hotels, we have digitized documents and taken it out of the hotels. We've got massive storage in the hotels because they have to give it 5 years. And that's a very, very big challenge for us. We are digitizing all the documents, it costs money. So we are digitizing all the documents are going back from the hotels. They are being digitized through a third-party outsourced company. And when they need a document, you can just pick it. But the attitude is here, the auditor is going to ask me, where are you going to show the papers? Even there is the Allahabad High Court judgment on that, still it's extremely difficult for me or for us to move the accountants, the bean counters, to have a digital process. It's extremely difficult. And I think, I don't know what about all of these guys, but I know that the accounting process says that you got to give papers 5 years, and that's the biggest challenge. And I think, no. Yeah, so that's it. He's coming from them. It's coming from them. So we might have done the part of it, putting the communication stuff like that, but that is not going to go up so soon. I'll leave it to the auditors. Thank you.
So just to clarify, yes, as an auditor, I can say that we want documents for more than 5 years or 6 years. It's 5 plus 1 years. But you are all okay to go ahead and say that, we have digital documents on a sample basis as they request for invoices. You can print out the hard copy and give it to them. Please push in to the auditors or accountants across, and it is well within your rights to do that. So digitization is something that you should push for sure.
Right, so just to add on to that, that's, for example, we have something called a night audit process that happens in the hotels every single day. And there are close to about 30 to 32 reports every single day that is generated that are supposed to be signed off by the financial controller, general manager, and then filed so that it can be checked back. So it was a monumentous task for us to move the whole thing to a digital source every single day. Otherwise, just the quantum of number of sheets of paper that was being used to print on a daily basis was huge. So every day in the general manager's office is like a stack of reports that you would have sign every single day. When today everything comes by a system, so you just do a digital approval and everything gets sorted out. So we are moving in the right direction. There are steps being taken. There are a few challenges like what sir was saying in terms of the auditors are wanting to ask, or if we have an inspection that is coming from the GST department, then they want to see actual files or papers that they can check back with. It's a process. It will take some time, but I think we are moving in the right direction. There's a lot of stuff that used to happen in terms of actual printing that used to happen earlier. I think a vast majority of it has moved digitally, and that's a great thing to see.
something. Now, don't forget that Mr. Trump is asking that the auto pen signature of Biden is not going to agree upon. So that's a clear indication of where we are moving through.
Right. No, all right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And that brings us to the end of our panel discussion. What is echoing throughout from the audience and from across reports in different social commentary as well is that everybody is very woke, and it's not very only Gen Z. Across different generations, people are very woke about sustainability practices. They just don't want policies in print, but they want to see it in action coming in different levels in the hotel industry. So be it from the booking process, be it in the staying process, be it in the experience, they want full 100% transparency in the entire sustainability initiatives that hotels are taking. And second, I think, is technology and AI that's coming in very vast and drastically as a force, which everybody has to integrate going forward. So I think those two would be the leaving factors or thoughts for everybody here today at the end of the panel discussion. And thank you so much again for joining us today. Hopefully we are inspired to take action in our work and realize that it's also a responsibility, but also a huge opportunity to position yourselves going forward. Thank you so much, and we look forward to doing this conversation ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Radhika. I request the panelists and the moderator to stay back. We'll be having a small felicitation. And what an amazing, amazing, enlightening panel discussion. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists and the moderator for bringing this session back to life. Thank you, panelists, for sharing your insights, experiences, and strategies in driving sustainability beyond just a slogan. I would now like to invite Mr. Shiv Kumar Ishwaran and Mr. Jyoti Prakash Pal to felicitate our panelists and the moderator. I also request Mr. Sushil Kumar Ishwaran to join in for the felicitation. Our panelist, Mr. Anand Nair. Let's give a round of applause to Mr. Anand Nair, General Manager at Intercontinental Hotels. Our next panelist, Mr. Kiran Bose, Director, Engineering Operations South Asia at Hilton, India. Let's give a round of applause. Mr. Anurag, Director of Learning and Development at Taj Hotels, IHCL. Our next panelist, Mr. Saharsh, General Manager Hospitality at Ventive Hospitality Limited. Mr. Saravana Raj, Senior Area Director of Engineering at Marriott International. Let's give a round of applause. And finally, to our moderator for beautifully moderating this session, Ms. Radhika. Let's give a round of applause to our moderator, Ms. Radhika, for beautifully moderating this session. Thank you, panelists, and thank you, moderator. Each panelist here have shared their strategies and innovation, and it has definitely inspired us to work towards a sustainable future. With that, I would like to invite Thiru Shrutanjay Narayanan, IAS, Joint Director of E-Commerce, Joint Chief Executive Officer, Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency, to give a special address on sustainability. Thank you.
There is a presentation that I've shared with Mr. Uday Kumar. Okay, but we don't need to put it. A very good morning to all of you. Very good morning. Yes. I think I'm probably the youngest in the room, addressing, a group of people who have a lot more experience managerially, administratively, intellectually, everything. But I'd first like to thank Mr. Shivkumar Ishwaran and the Indian Chamber of Commerce for actually having me here this morning. I took this up not because my domain directly pertains to tourism or to sustainability in my current role, but I thought it'll be good to reflect and meet people from the industry as well, because I've just moved to Chennai after 3 district stints in the IAS in Tamil Nadu. So I'm extremely grateful to have gotten this opportunity to meet people outside just the bureaucratic domain, and also because of 2 other important reasons. One, with my extremely limited experience in government, I've realized that a lot of people in industry, startups, sectors, of course, understand senior IAS officers. They know joint secretaries, secretaries to government, all of that. But do we really know what administration on ground looks like, right? I didn't know, because I come from an urban setting. I do not avail of directly, apart from probably a passport or a visa or something like that. We really don't know what a taluk office is, etc. I thought this will be a good opportunity to share some insights which I think will have and will add value to industry to really understand where we are as a country, as an administration, to understand possibilities of partnerships and to really take back from what we're already doing in government. And secondly, as somebody who's also extremely passionate about tourism, sustainability, we have our favorite subjects when we're in school. So I was the topper of my school in environmental education in 10th standard, in ICSE and all of that. And one of the reasons to get into the administrative service has also been to work on environment, sustainability and all of that. So just to give you quick context, my name is Shrutanjay. I come from the 2020 batch of the IAS, and I've served in Thoothukudi first, Tirupur, Viluppuram, and now I've joined CEO of the Tamil Nadu e-governance agency. So let me start with questions, because I can see blank faces. It's like, I'll try to keep it bilingual, and I'm sure it'll mostly be in English, but a little bit in Tamil as well. First, some questions. Why do we have a government? We're talking about sustainability, SDG, and all of that. Let's see if we understand basic civics. Why do we have a government? Okay, so to support, regulate. So regulatory function is there. But why is there a government? Like, does the Indian Chamber of Commerce need government? There is round table, Rotary. All of us live in apartment complexes which do not require government. Why do we need government? What is the role of the government? Business is running on its own. We can still have why do we need a government? It's a philosophical question. To Indian Chamber of Commerce is also seeing people, no? Correct? But even Lions Club is working for the people, even civil society organizations are working for the people. Why do we need a government? Yes. No, but tax, even you as a business is collecting money for a service, right? To do any service, you are also collecting money, right? That is not the reason for a government, right? In India, we take government for granted. These were some important questions. Anyway, government, of course, it's a sociological, political theory sort of a question. What we can't do as individuals, as smaller communities together, what Indian Chamber of Commerce cannot do for the entire country, for a society, we give an institution the monopoly of coercive power, which is you can restrict my rights, you can put me behind bars, you can use force to protect me, right, in a very Weberian sense. State is an instrument of coercive power that we give because we think that if we don't have somebody else taking care of us, we will all fight with each other and kill each other. Right? Hobbes' famous state of how the world will be in its natural state. Therefore, we create a state to do things which we can't do on our own. Defense. Right? Can we all individually go and protect our boundaries? No. Sir spoke about taxes, but let's say monetary policy, which impacts all of us, needs to be managed by somebody. right? Rule of law. How can business survive if there is no rule of law in a country? We're all very happy here sitting discussing sustainability tourism, which is actually a higher order question compared to many other countries and societies where they're still thinking about their safety. Are you with me? Yes? So, rule of law. So, these are the most important reasons why we have a government. And then, of course, development. And what should the government do? Health, education, primary endowments, as we call it, social security in a largely changing world, and regulation. We spoke about regulation. One of them spoke about regulation. It comes from the fact that there are public goods and private goods, and there are externalities. How many of you in this room have heard about externalities as a word? Have you heard the term externalities? Yes? Economics 101. Yeah? Pollution is a negative externality. UPI is a positive externality. Right? Vaccination is a public good because non-excludable, it's not that if one person is vaccinated, it is impacting all of us. Right? So this is basics of public administration 101, which I wanted to share with all of you, which is very important for us to know. Because in India, we're very emotional and sentimental about government, everything government should do and all of that. But this is a good way to start thinking about அரசாங்கத்தோடைய ரோல் என்ன, என்னோட வாழ்க்கையில் என்னோட ரோல் என்ன, கவர்மெண்ட் ப்ரைவேட் செக்டரோடைய ரோல் என்ன, right? In that extent, when it comes to sustainability and tourism, I think there are some other things that all of you should know. India is divided administratively into what? For means of conducting business, government business, India is administratively divided into what? What is the major unit of administration in India? Any idea? You can guess. Very good. Good. Below the states. Very good. So the district is still the most important. That is why the collector, right? And why she or he is very important is because India has a legacy from whom? Has a colonial legacy. That about 250 years back, very close to where we are sitting, right? At Fort St. George, somebody bought a piece of land, Francis Day, and in 1639, we created this entire colonial administration by a company, by the East India Company, right? It was a private sector joint stock company. So when you think about why there is a lot of resistance to private sector and to businesses in India even today, there is also some, elements of our colonial baggage. Districts was the primary unit of administration in the East India Company. Thomas Munro, the famous collector, right? There's a statue next to Gymkhana Club, opposite Gymkhana Club. Yara Patrickingla, Thomas Munro statue. Yes, so he's a very famous collector. Enga ponalu oorlalla Munro nu solluvaanga, right? So and the collector ayya amma ella solrom illingala padathula paakradella came from that culture. So administratively district is very important. Therefore a district is divided into 4 aspects, and all of you should know these 4 because all your sustainability interactions will be based on these 4 important types of spatial divisions below the district. One of the this thing somebody told. Below district, what is there? Correct. So there is of course there's a taluk and all of that, but there is a panchayat, which is rural development. Villages, rural areas are called panchayats. After rural areas, what else is there? Urachi, panchayat ella onnuda. Somebody is close. Nagarachi ni yaro onnu sonnanga. Nagarachikum Urachikum nadulla there's one more. Very good. So there is a town panchayat which is semi-urban right? It's not a village, it's not a municipality, but it's somewhere there, right? So there is a town panchayat. So if you're building a hotel, you're having a business, you should know your spatial administrator, because the rules, the laws, the partnership changes. What is the third part? Somebody you already said. Nagarachi or municipalities. Third. And fourth, Mahanagarachi or corporations. So now questions again. Tamilagathil evalo maavattangal ullana? How many districts are there in Tamil Nadu? 38 districts are there. How many districts are there in India? In India. அவ்வளோ என்னது தமிழ்நாட்டிலே 38 இருக்கு. There are about 800 plus districts in India now. Okay? And of course, in Tamil Nadu, how many corporations are there? We have about 12,500 panchayats in India. I don't know the numbers, some hundreds of town panchayats, a few hundred municipalities, few tens of corporations. So why is this important? Because all your regulations, all your laws, most of the, bureaucracy, the street level bureaucracy or the direct people who you're going to be interacting with will be the people in these 4 areas only. It will be some panchayat president, some corporation person, some town panchayat person or some municipality person, right? And of course, you have an elected representative because we live in an representative democracy. So there will always be an elected person in all these 4. And you will have a bureaucratic structure to support the political representatives in executing rules, laws, planning, etc. Right? So and now there will be one more big confusion. And where does the IAS, IFS, IPS all come in? So there are 4, like I mentioned. You can imagine every district collector as the coordinating person for all these 4 in a district, except Chennai. So Chennai, you leave Chennai. If, let's say, Tirunelveli district, the collector will handle all the 4 spatial units. Now, what are the big departments, like I mentioned? We discussed first the role of the government itself is rule of law. So who is handling rule of law in district? The police. So who heads the police at the district level? They're called SP, Superintendent of Police. They have their up to Inspector SI, all of that. So the SP, of course it's a flatter structure, coordinates with the collector. What else is important? Infrastructure, correct? Road, water, electricity, all this. So for roads in rural areas, if an IS officer is posted, they are called additional collectors for rural development, right? Or if they are a state service officer, they are called a project director DRDA. Has anybody heard project director DRDA? Has anybody heard an additional collector? Okay, you've heard additional collector, but if an IS officer, direct IS officer is posted, they call additional collectors. Otherwise, they called PDDRDA. For anything in the district when it comes to rural development, road, water, panchayat, building plan approval, other kinds of planning approval, all that comes to additional collector development. Then you have land, what we are famously saying, patta, registration, very complicated subject. All of you, land is a very tough aspect in ease of doing business, right? Very pertinent to all of you. That is handled by the revenue department. We think revenue is IRS, tax and all of that. Revenue is the land administration department of any state. That is handled by an additional collector revenue if an IAS officer is posted. Otherwise, they're called DRO, correct? Somebody is liaising with government on land, okay? So they're called DRO. Infrastructure in urban areas, every urban area has a corporation commissioner. It can be an IAS officer, cannot be an IAS officer. Municipalities and town panchayats do not have IAS officers. They have municipal staff who are executive officers or commissioners. So this is the bureaucratic setup, which I thought if I shared with all of you, you will have that clarity of thought on who you're licensing with. You know, hotel, fire permit, right? Final permission. I'm exploring on some big property somewhere in Thoothukudi, sea facing. Who do I reach out to, right? So this orientation, if you thought was not relevant, I think it's relevant because people don't know. They all want to call that one officer who they know, that one collector, because I know so-and-so people. It's important for us as citizens to know this, because that will, of course, also put pressure on government to ease many of these laws, rules, regulations, and all of that, right? Was that useful? The first part of my talk? Okay, thank you. Now coming to the second part of my talk, what are the sustainability initiatives that the government is cross-sectorally taking, and some initiatives, it was very interesting to actually reflect on my own journey for the last 5 years and what have I worked in tourism since I was an assistant collector to now, right? So if you can put the presentation, please. Yeah, next. One of the other reasons why I was late is I tried to make this presentation using AI, and it did not work. So I really had to do a lot of it. It really confuses. It's like it'll take 30 minutes to give me the ChatGPT version of this. It's extremely interesting. Has anyone used ChatGPT to make a PPT? Oh, it's a skill on its own, I think. It's not easy. And I really thought it'll be done in 5 minutes, but it wasn't. Okay, next. This is completely done, and I'm coming from Sarkar to now corporatized Sarkar. So now I have to learn AI. Otherwise, I had people in the districts to do everything for me, right? Of course, role of government in sustainability, policy, infrastructure, ecotourism, livelihoods, heritage, sustainability, right? SDG, of course, the government has 40 departments, forest, pollution board, they handle most of aspects around, pollution control, sustainability rules, etc., etc. So we have many departments, majorly RD, environment and forest, the urban department, which handles most. Of course, Tangentco, EB, because your energy mix also needs to, move from carbon-based to wind and solar and all of that. So we have lots of departments working on it. My experience is very limited to the rural development department, so I'll probably share on what we do or what I did as additional collector in Viluppuram. Next. Yeah, 38 districts. Tamil Nadu, of course, has great potential, all of you know. But I think this potential is still extremely unexplored. I'll tell you why. When you go to the district, when I got posted first in Thoothukudi, everybody said it's a dry and hot place. When I left, I documented 400 places of tourism potential in Thoothukudi. Then I went to Tirupur. Everybody said, only, factories and knitwear units and all are there. I conducted heritage trails in Tirupur. When I went to Viluppuram, everybody said it is the most tough district to work in, and there is nothing there. Everything is there only in Tanjavur, and Kumbakonam and all of that. Or, Pondicherry has everything. I mapped 600 plus potential areas, right? Starting from prehistoric sites to now. So, is the tourism sector really looking, or are we stuck in some old style of thing? I think there's a lot of potential for niche tourism, for experiential tourism, which I don't think is documented well, which probably is the role of the government to document and put out, but there is immense potential, right? So that is something that you guys should really explore and look at. Now, what have I done? So that's it. So let me start with that. So tourism facilitation, like I said, Tirupur has an entire history around the Kongu Cholas. There's now the government has announced a heritage museum in Kodumanal, the entire Noyal Valley civilization, which was unheard of. So we did a lot of tours around that. Tiruchendur Temple, I was Thoothukudi AC trainee. We did audio tours. We mapped the entire temple, worked with HCL on a 200 crore project to really facelift the entire temple. So I was part of the entire process. So many fascinating. Just for one temple, we mapped around 60 points for an audio tour. right? That is the kind of potential if you really even go into one space. Recently, it is a proud moment. The Honorable CM announced in the budget speech a blue flag beach in Virupuram, where we had thought we selected the site and sent the proposal. I had moved on, but Kirputupattu, we have one in Kovalam now, but Kirputupattu has one of the most beautiful sacred groves in Tamil Nadu. It's an INR temple, and it's about 10, 20, 30 acres of pristine tropical dry evergreen forest. And it is one of the most beautiful sacred groves. And this place which we've selected is very close to ocean spray. You know, how government and private sector also come in. So I kept that in mind, because people on the way to Pondicherry need to stop somewhere, right? And it needs to make sense. Hence we thought about this village, because ocean spray is there and people already know about ocean spray, right? Small things, but I think is around sustainability and heritage. Statewide sustainability initiatives, which is not directly, you know, something, but as AC trade, as additional collector, Tamil Nadu has one of the most robust greening initiatives, which we're working very closely with Forest Department on. We have our own nurseries. Every district has their own nurseries. So this year our mandate is to only grow like 6 feet tall saplings and all of that. Virupuram, we started nurseries for about 10 lakh plantations, and there's a lot of CSR support as well. We're working with the MG and RGS workers to really, you know, it's also a livelihood for them, but we're doing a lot of greening. All our villages now have electric vehicles. So you have e-carts like in Chennai. Now even our villages have e-carts. Again, a move towards in the direction of sustainability. All our roads use a certain percentage of plastic. In rural areas, we remove all the sort of non-recyclable plastic, right, which we can crush and put to plastic roads, are all now used in our roads. So when I get a bill as an additional collector to pass, let's say, a kilometer of a road, there is a certain percentage of plastic that needs to be used. So we have infrastructure to like collect, to segregate, to send what is not, to bale, to send to cement factories. We know it happens in Chennai, but it's now very robust even in rural areas, right? So plastic roads. Govardhan biogas happening in a lot of places. So the Medical College Hospital in Mundiambakam in Virupuram, we had a very robust biogas plant. Institutionally, it's useful. In many government, big hostels, we have a lot of biogas plants. That's also something that we're doing. We have a major water bodies initiative this year to really desilt, and we have Amrit Sarovar, of course, but we have a state government funded project to desilt thousands of water bodies this year. We had a good rainfall, hence it's delayed. But I'm sure this summer we'll have a major desilting initiative under Rural Development Department. Public Works Department has its own. We've also engaged with civil society this year, where the government has made it mandatory for civil society CSR partnership in lake restoration and all of that. So that's also something that's happening. Urban greening and water management, of course, my batchmates are in Chennai Corporation and all of that. So we have a desalination plant, and we have TTRO, where what used to happen in Singapore is actually happening in Chennai. Your grey and black water is actually converted to potable water now. It's there in Chennai. I didn't know it myself as somebody from Chennai, but it's happening. Next. Yes, like I said, a lot of documentation happened in Thoothukudi. We created a coffee table book for the so-called district of Virupuram, but it's a fascinating book, and historians, I've shared it with some of my historian friends, and they're like, wow, we should take the people to Virupuram now. It's also strategically located because it's close to Chennai, ECR, so a lot of potential. So I have now requested the next collector and additional collector to really take it up. We're doing infrastructure audits for toilets, etc., and we're also planning to work with hotels in Pondicherry and in on ECR to really push some traffic here. Big news, Senji Fort is up for UNESCO World Heritage Site nomination. We have presented, I presented to the ICOMOS team when they were here last year in September. If that comes, it will be a very, very great addition to the list of World Heritage Sites in Tamil Nadu. So it was great to present to the UNESCO team when they came last year. GI tags and rural livelihoods, another big area which I think the private sector should really look into. We started the first water hyacinth to, there's a lot of aspects around reusing and, using recyclable material in your hotels, in other things. water hyacinth is there in all our water bodies. So we worked with UNDP, we worked with another NGO in Madurai, and this was the idea of, Kanimari ma'am, the respected MP from Thoothukudi. She said, Shutanjay, find out something. So what happened in just a 5-minute conversation became one of the first initiatives in the state where we started using water hyacinth to create products. So that is now scaling, and there's a local vendor who gives to IKEA. So Thoothkudi's products and Tirunelveli's products are now sold in IKEA stores. And I don't think many of you know that our banana fiber and our water hyacinth stuff actually comes from Tamil Nadu. So they have a partnership with IKEA. So that was a conversation that started. Thoothkudi started, and Tirunelveli collector also said, we'll also do, and that's how it really became big. When I was AC training, we did a GI conclave. We have about 50 plus GI products in Tamil Nadu, extremely good. So for e-commerce platforms and sustainability, very, very good potential. Also had the opportunity to identify some potential GI tags wherever we went. It's interesting. In my last tour, I thought, where did I get all this interest from? It comes from good education, social capital, cultural capital, which I thought, why not the government school children in a rural village in a tribal habitation in Viluppuram? So we can also proudly say that Viluppuram has started its first, Tamil Nadu's first rural environmental education program in 50 plus schools, where we have close to 1,000 children learning what the best schools in Chennai will be learning on climate change, sustainability, right? It's a 10-month course which we've designed with Auroville. They're amazing in this. So I can show you I'll show you some pictures. So 54 students under a focus block. So we got funding from the State Planning Commission on focus block. And we called it Vindai Virudugal. Vindai Virudugal in Tamil is, Vindai is like amazement, surprise, and Virudugal are like the roots, the sprouts from the banyan tree. So these are like sprouts of wonder. So they know that they understand their own village, they understand their water bodies, they understand their plants, everything. So this is something that we've done. And lastly, we've also done an agri-tourism initiative with a popular resort there called Vaksana, where we've taken progressive farmers who do organic farming, who have some land. And because this is very close to Chennai, people can go and explore. People here want to learn it's cool to put it up on Instagram, and people want to learn how vegetables are grown and, how a cow, Matavandi runs and all of that. So Chennai, IT, elites, all of them, we like all this. So I thought, why can't we create some business potential out of this? So we've done training for 50 farmers on how they can create agri-tourism on their own farms. So a little bit of Instagram marketing, some good English. So we've put all of them so that people get fascinated by all of this. Lastly, now in my current role, we are also the nodal department for Tamil Nadu's GIS mission. We have an open source tool which all of you can use if you want to understand, planning your infrastructure and all of that. We have an open source tool called TNGIS. It has 38 plus layers. So you can use it for some sort of planning. I am a GIS engineer, and we have a lot of work to do. So I'm grateful to have gotten this posting. But it is still out there in the open. So for any analysis that you all want to do, you can use Tamil Nadu's open GIS tool as well for some of your planning and decision making. So yes, if you have any questions, we can go. But this was the picture of the GI conclave. So I did a GI map of Tamil Nadu. We have 50 plus. That is, of course, ma'am, my collector, SP, all of that. We did an unsung freedom fighters map of Thoothukudi, just to think in ways in which you can create tourism potential, right? It was 75th year of India's independence. So we thought, why don't we map all the unsung freedom fighters? And my collector said, why don't we name all these new lakes, new water bodies that we're creating, why don't we name them after this? So some idea, we thought it would look cool, so we did this. Nobody in Thoothukudi knew that these people existed. So it was like, it's not like we didn't know, they only didn't know. So it was nice to work with historians. This was the presentation to the ICOMOS team, to the UNESCO team for the World Heritage site. This is the Eco Schools program, where government school children are now working on everything from water to desal. They're thinking like everybody else. And there's a lot of scope. So this is with Auroville. This is the agro tourism program that we did. all progressive farmers from Virupuram with Vaksana. And yes, thank you. Any questions? Yes.
Are more on a bigger scale, you said Auroville or other players who are across. For startups who don't have so much capital, and if they want to be associated to something, with the government, I'm not even saying grant, I'm just saying any type of initiative, what is the point of contact?
Very good question. And something. So, long story short, TN Startup is one way where they do some kind of facilitation. But we don't have an open data policy which is robust. And an S to G, which is a startup to government for your pilots, for your partnerships, we do not have a very robust policy. So if you know me, it will happen. Or if you know someone else, it will happen. So, but there are lots of young officers today are like very open to partnership. Across services, everybody is very, very open to partnership. Is it there in a structured manner? Not yet. Yes, but TN Startup for ideas, and we have ITNT in Anna University, which is the Information Technologies, Emerging Technologies Wing, right? They will facilitate deep tech startups, AI startups, for social sector, these kind of sustainability, I want to work on tourism, etc., etc. I think TN Startup will be the right place. But we're also working on a facilitation program after I've come here because I realized there's a gap. Yeah, for sure. Yes. So guidance is doing the big facilitation for the big industries. Yes. So MSME startups will be more of startup TN. So guidance is doing it for all of you. But for startups, it's startup TN. Yes. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Sure. Not straight away sustainability, but environment protection. I was in Bombay, where we are rebuilding a society of 8 buildings. We insist the builder, number of trees we had 100 trees, it should be in that. Whereas in Chennai, same the redevelopment my place, every tree is cut. Nobody asks question. Why don't state government say, before giving approval, you must have minimum so many trees? Why can't we say? This is what I insisted in Bombay now, when they are demolishing.
I don't know about the combined building rules or the GCC rules, but it's a very valid point that greening is now, the urban commons, Bangalore now has a new law, urban commons. We have CMDA that's working on a lot of these aspects around OSR lands, parks, but even on redeveloping societies and apartments. We have an OSR land concept, right? That greening should be a large component of that OSR land, I think is there. Completely feedback taken. If I have any opportunity, I will definitely represent. Anything else? Thank you so much to Mr. Shivkumar Ishwaran and to the audience for listening. I made this up in like 10-15 minutes, so I hope it was useful. Thank you.
Sir, if I can just add on before we end. My name is Sandhya Cherian, and I just want to take this opportunity to say that I'm very impressed seeing a very young, dynamic, handsome-looking IAS officer. And I'm sure that, I'm very impressed about the UNESCO, project that you're trying to, bring about here in Tamil Nadu and create a heritage site here. Very proud of whatever you have done and whatever you have showcased so far. And we wish you the very best, sir. And I'm sure under your able guidance, I'm sure e-governance and sustainable projects will definitely flourish. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shritanjay sir, for this interactive session. I think we all can agree that he took us back to economic class 101. gave us a brief about the administrative of the governance and then told us about the role of the initiatives that the government is planning to do. Thank you so much, sir. I think we all benefited from this beautiful, beautiful session of yours, and we learned a lot from you. So thank you so much for that. And now I request Mr. Shivkumar Ishwaran. I request Mr. Raghunandan to felicitate Mr. Shrisannai, sir. Let's give a round of applause to Thiru Shrutanjay Narayanan, IAS Joint Director of E-Governance, Joint Chief Executive Officer, Tamil Nadu at E-Governance Agency. Thank you, sir. It was great having you. With the points that he has given us, we're also heading towards another special address by Dr. Rajiv Singh, Director General at Indian Chamber of Commerce. I kindly invite Dr. Rajiv Singh. Yes, sir. I kindly invite Dr. Rajiv Singh to share his special address and address the gathering.
Good afternoon. First of all, I must thank our chairman, Mr. Ishwaran, for always being a very, very kind host. And I'm here because of him. This initiative is really special. This was started by chairman last year only. And it has already gained a lot of traction. Sustainability is not just another buzzword, or it's not a fashionable term which I would say 10 years back people used to think. It is becoming very much part of our life. Companies, whether large, medium, even small businesses, they are inducting sustainability as part of their business models. Globally, it is becoming a business need. It's becoming a requirement because some of the countries, they are making the compliances or the standards or the entry linked with sustainable practices, products, services. They look at the origin of the product and so on. Hospitality industry is also embracing the concept of sustainability very well. And this initiative is towards showcasing the great work which some of the hotels and hospitality companies do. It is also to spread the word, create awareness, bring people on the same page, and then gradually move towards excellence. That is what this initiative tries to do. While it also acknowledges, awards the companies who are doing great work. And here I would say that every small initiative, like some of the initiatives by some of the companies may appear to be small, but as we say that every drop counts, because the sector, the hospitality sector, if you look at its footprint, it's massive. You look at the creators who create the infrastructure, it starts with that because the environment, the architecture, the materials, everything has to be based on sustainability. The designs, interiors, exteriors, lighting, because energy is again a major cost. Second is the user. the consumer. And the third partner is the operators. So these three have to work hand in hand, and which is happening, which is gaining momentum. Of course, there are companies who lead from the front. Many of the global chains are Indian, I would say, multinational chains like Taj Group, ITC, many others. They have created tremendous success and new benchmarks in terms of sustainability. But it is very heartening to see that even other players who may not be that large, who are mid-scale hospitality companies or even small-scale hospitality companies, they are embracing the sustainable practices. The real push comes from the consumer side, because if the consumer is demanding sustainable products, sustainable facilities, practices, of course, the providers have to give. Government also plays a role. Sometimes the regulation do put pressure on us as a business community to follow, to comply and all that. But when the consumer also start demanding, I think it becomes a way of doing the business. And the workforce in the hospitality industry also plays a very, very important role. After all, it's all about people. Because in your entire value chain, you have so many providers, so many service providers who are offering you various kind of things, right from transportation, ingredients for the food, all supplies, fabrics, lighting, carpets, your tiles, your consumables, whatever. And the workforce and the extended partners, the vendors, I think this is moving beyond just the mandatory or statutory compliance. And the hotels, the companies, they are on their own taking the initiatives. And that's really heartening to see. And we together as a community, it is our responsibility to continue to build this momentum. And that is what ICC is trying to do by creating this platform. We are trying to acknowledge the excellence. We are trying to recognize, take their achievements, practices to a larger audience. Of course, our friends from media play a very important role in this, so that the message reaches masses. And at the same time, not only government, not only the larger society, not just the NGOs, but all of us are also educating the consumers. And of course, consumer has access to the internet nowadays. Everything is available on the digital platform. You get to see, you get to understand. And the most heartening thing what I feel is the younger generation. They're very, very responsible, very, very aware, and they're very, very demanding also. And it really gives a lot of confidence and trust that the next generation is fully aware, they are fully involved, and they are wanting to consume sustainable products, and they understand how this whole ecosystem works. And that of course puts, I would say, a little bit of pressure on our generation to leave the planet the way we received it, or maybe even make it better. So with these words, I would not like to take much time of yours. My only message is that I think everybody in this room can contribute. We don't have to wait for anybody else to take the initiative. Everybody in this room can also become a leader. Wherever we are, in whatever role we are, we can contribute, and every single small contribution will add to the larger picture, and it will become a large India-wide initiative where the hospitality industry will lead from the front in terms of sustainable practices of operations, business, serving consumer, and it will become a movement. Although there was a recent survey last year where many of the stakeholders, including creators, providers, consumers, and the workforce, many of them don't see climate change as an immediate threat. Like, none of us feel that in next 1 year, things will become difficult for me. Most of us don't feel that it will become difficult for us in next 3 years. No company today sees that as a threat. But that is where the awareness has to grow, and people who understand, they need to propagate these ideas. And people may not see that as an immediate threat, but this is all real threat. Going ahead, this will become a challenge. You see the signs, the visible signs today in terms of the climate, in terms of temperature, erratic rainfalls, all these natural events which impact the ecosystem. And of course, tourism industry is all about nature and the ecosystem and the facilities built around those. So we need to also work on this mindset where we don't see climate change as an immediate threat, but it may be maybe 5-10 years away. But like, I come from Calcutta, and Calcutta itself is seeing that the Sundarbans and the mangroves, the water levels are rising, and slowly the community in that region, if you look at the neighborhood, Bangladesh, I think they have the threat of water levels rising, and the agriculture and all the installations getting impacted. And this is so true for all the coastal establishments. So people may not see that as immediate threat, that in next 1 year I'll be hit by climate change, but long term this threat is real. But let's look at the positive things. Let's acknowledge the great work which everybody in this room has witnessed, or maybe they are part of it, and I'm sure many of you are playing the lead role, but I think all of us can contribute and make the difference. With this, may I wish everybody good luck, and I'm sure we together will be able to make significant impact. Thank you.
Thank you, DG, for your insights and sharing your experience with us. Now, as we move forward, we now turn our focus to a series of insightful presentations from industry leaders and experts who are pioneering sustainability in their respective fields. These sessions will offer valuable perspectives on sustainable engineering, water resource management, regulatory frameworks, environmental policies, and innovative business practices. Each speaker here brings a wealth of experience and groundbreaking solutions that are shaping the future of sustainability in the hospitality sector. With that, we have our first presentation by Mr. C. Satish Kumar, ICC Committee Chairman, Water Resources, and the Executive Director at Canadian Crystalline Water, India Limited, to discuss on the innovative water resource management strategies that impact on sustainability. Mr. Satish Kumar has 25 years of experience in marketing and business development. An avid reader and articulate speaker, he possesses extensive technical expertise in water treatment, wastewater treatment, and desalination projects. A tech-savvy and dynamic communicator, he leads international marketing, guiding and motivating his team to achieve company goals. A frequent traveler for over 20 years, he has visited the US, UK, Australia, Europe, Africa, and Far East, engaging in water and wastewater resource management treatment technologies. He also delivers guest lectures at universities and institutions on water sustainability and future innovation. Can we please have Mr. Satish Kumar for his presentation? Let's give a round of applause and welcome Mr. Satish Kumar. On to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. With the sessions from the morning, what we understand about sustainability is whatever we have done for the past 100 years, we are trying to mitigate it, we are trying to correct it, and we want an immediate solution. So sustainability by now is not a choice. Sustainability is not making no harm. It is now at the stage of making more good. So we have already crossed the stage and limits of whatever we have exploited so far. We have to correct it from today and from now on. So from Canadian Crystalline Water, we would like to bring this presentation, which is going to be on the topic of sustainability, sustainable technologies which impact climate change, contributing to climate change in the hospitality industry. Yeah, okay. So this is our topic today, sustainable technologies driving climate change for hospitality industry. So I'll start introducing the company, Canadian Crystalline Waters, which is 52 years of experience with water and wastewater treatment plants, covering a total spectrum of water treatment applications and technologies, successfully commissioned more than 10,000 projects worldwide, specialized in multi-technology integration systems, worked with all leading international consultants, and which has one of the largest manufacturers of in infrastructures to produce equipment and systems. From 100 mld seawater desalination plant, we have built the containerized seawater desalination plant, which is largest in the world, which is 75 million liters per day. And of course, we have successfully commissioned more than 10,000 mineral water, bottled water, soft drink, juice projects in various countries, from USA to Bangladesh to Middle East to Southeast Asia to America, Australia, and Eastern Europe. And we work with US Defense in supplying containerized desalination plants and containerized sewage treatment plants. Executed several effluents for treatment plants for textile, tannery, and frac water treatment for oil and gas and for nuclear plants. Super specialized process water technology. We have a global presence with almost 42 countries around the world, with manufacturing facility in Chennai, UAE, and USA. And we are one of the leading manufacturers of water treatment, wastewater treatment plant, and desalination, covering the whole industrial spectrum from textiles to sugar mills to oil refineries, automobiles, hotels, resorts, residential, community, commercial, and industrial projects, defense establishments. So total project capability services from qualification to project management, design, detailed engineering, installation, commissioning, operation, and maintenance. So we are a single source manufacturer with an integrated end-to-end solution with vertical integration and with operation in 42 countries, 5 decades of expertise in knowledge in water treatment solutions, covering the entire gambit of drinking water, municipal water, wastewater, seawater, effluent treatment, beverages, ultra-pure and processed water treatment. And of course, the complete technology starting from clarifiers to nanofiltration, microfiltration, membrane bioreactors, ultraviolet sterilizers, ozonizers. degassers, chemical dosers, electrochlorinators, oil removal systems, desalination plants, fluoride removal units, iron removal units, desalination plant from containerized small scale to remote islands to large scale industrial plants, effluent treatment plants for industrial effluents from textiles, tanneries, leather, electroplating, food processing, chemical, pharmaceuticals, with a complete technology starting from membrane bioreactors, moving bioreactors, sequential batch reactors, submerged aerobic fixed film, activated sludge, biodisc. So with regard to sewage treatment plants, now coming back to the hospitality industry as such, with regard to the sewage treatment plants, the sewage treatment plants which is installed today in every premises, whether it is going to be a municipal sewage treatment plant or a sewage treatment plant which works in the hotel, hospitality, or in urban or in municipal areas. Now, because of the environmental pollution which has crossed over the limits, now we are trying to not only address the organic or the inorganic pollutants which comes from the environment, we also have a new problem of addressing the PHAC, which is pharmaceutically active compounds. With regard to our lifestyle, with regard to our health conditions, the number of drugs and medicines which is used in our day-to-day life, whether it is a diabetological medicine or an NSAID or a paracetamol, whatever we consume as humans comes back in the wastewater, which has not been addressed by the present day sewage treatment plants or wastewater treatment plants. So this is another emerging alarming issue where the sewage treatment plants has to go to the next level of treating this PHAC and emerging contaminants. And along with this, we also have the drug issue, whether it is ketamine, methamphetamine, or any other drugs which is used by the present generation or the older generation, whichever way you take it. The drugs which are carried over is again coming back in the wastewater, which has not been addressed by any sewage treatment plant or any wastewater treatment plant. So the drugs as well as the narcotics and the pharmaceutical hyperactive compounds has to be dealt in the near future. Otherwise, it is going to affect health as well as the pollution to the environment, and every concept of treating the wastewater becomes futile. So we are talking about the new generation technologies which is retrofitted to the present sewage treatment plants or a modernized sewage treatment plants equipped with such technology. We are talking about these technologies which are IoT controlled with low space requirement, nil or low chemical consumption, low process time, and which is a completely sustainable process which eliminates all the PHACs, microplastics, LAS, aliphatic compounds, and completely critically loaded organic and inorganic effluents from critical industries, including hospitality and hotel. So we are talking about compact prefabricated sewage treatment plants tailor-made for hospitality industries with various technologies addressing from MBBR, MBR, SBR, whichever way you wanted to go for the technology that is compactly prefabricated and even containerized depending on the requirements and space and size availability inside the hotel or the hospitality premises. Individual single unicellular tank concept where the whole sewage treatment plants operate with one single tank. And technologies for treating the pharmaceutical active compounds and the emerging contaminants of narcotics and drugs, electroflocculation, advanced oxidation, and crossfire radiation technology. And all these three technologies are more suitable and adapted, and it can be retrofitted to the existing sewage treatment plants and effluent treatment plants in whichever industry, including hotels and hospitality. So with regard to Canadian crystalline, we have been completely certified by GMP, Good Manufacturing Practice, and it's an ISO 9001 company. We have been marked by the CE. We have been recognized by all waterworks association, from American Waterworks to Asian Bottled Waterworks to Australian Waterworks worldwide. So it means all our technologies are completely, profoundly worldwide available. And the total concept of the technological innovation, research and development which is happening in the company is to achieve circular economy, to reuse, recycle and minimize the waste and minimize emissions. At the same time, we achieve completely a clean environment by producing and removing all, eliminating every contaminant which comes to the present day scenario. So to address the clean water sanitation, industry innovation and infrastructure, responsible of reduction and production and consumption, life below water and life on land. So it again comes to the point where we need to address the contaminants, the pollutants according to the present day scenario and give a proper technology which can address this and give you a safe environment. Now, sustainable technologies that impact on climate change mitigation. We have been doing the glass bottling plants for various other groups of hotels by eliminating the plastic bottles with in-house use of glass bottles, implementing glass bottling plants, and laundry wash water recycling with EFOP process, which is removal of microplastics, surfactants, and linear alkyl sulfides, reduction of environmental pollution, and reduction of heat energy. In all laundromats, we use a lot of heat energy by using hot water. With the present technology, we are replacing the heat treatment which is required by ozonation, followed by recycling plant, where we are able to completely remove the heat energy and we replace it with ozone advanced oxidation. So that you don't need any more heat energy. The water is recycled back to the same laundromat and there is absolutely zero emission or zero discharge. The third process is advanced oxidation process for swimming pools by using hybrid ozone, where it's a chemical-free process, non-carcinogenic, environmentally safe, and it has a great impact on climate change because of non-using of chlorination. This is the glass water bottling plants, where we have, it's more than 500 glass bottling solutions in hotels and industries, driving the revolution for sustainable glass bottles with ISO, CE, GMP certification. So all our technology and product life, completely from water treatment plants to structured alkaline water if it is required, process technology, processing, packing, and capital. Presently, these are the properties which has installed the glass bottling plants. This is the laundry wastewater electrofluorination. So according to the present statistics, it's more than 10.71 billion tons of wastewater which goes out from the total laundry wastewater which goes to the ocean, which can be treated, corrected, and can be reused back with the present technology. So the main challenge is removal of microplastics, surfactants, LAS. Now microplastics is the biggest issue which is creating to the marine life, marine pollution. So removal of microplastics is very essential from the laundry wastewater, which goes back to the wastewater system. So our technology ensures that microplastics is removed, surfactants are removed, detergents are removed, LAS is removed, and reduction of heat energy and totally replacing the heat which is required for the laundry process. So it's combination of physiochemical, biological process where we are trying to completely eliminate any chemical consumption as well as removal of the above said contaminants from the laundry wastewater. So these are some of the charts which is showing the microplastics removal performance by the EFOP process by using advanced oxidation. So the concept of laundry wastewater treatment technology is by using clarification followed by electrocavitative flocculation and advanced oxidation. This is a complete plant which you are seeing right now, which is completely prefabricated. And this plant goes inside the laundromat wherever you have the space, and the laundry wastewater is taken back to this plant, and it is treated and sent back to your laundry process back again. So you don't have heat energy, and you don't have any wastewater going out after treatment. So it's a totally skid-mounted system. Even containerized systems options are available wherever you want to put the whole plant outside the premises. So these are the potent pollutants of laundry wash water, which is completely treated by this technology, starting from LAS to your microplastics. The next technology which we are going to address is advanced oxidation process for the swimming pools, where we are talking about a chemical-free process, non-carcinogenic, environmentally safe, and which has got a great impact on climate change. By using chlorine, we are trying to create trihalomethane, an environment inside the pool which is completely carcinogenic, which is not good for your skin, not for your hair, for any other purpose, and you leave a lot of trihalomethanes, which converts to a carcinogenic compound. By using advanced oxidation by hybrid ozone, this process ensures that swimming pools are completely disinfected, and it's an inline process, and you don't have any other consumable or a chemical to be added. It doesn't require any biocide because it keeps the pool fresh, it keeps the pool away from chemicals, and it's biologically fresh, completely organic process. It destroys the chloramines and trihalomethanes created by the chlorine. So elimination of chlorine, elimination of any chemical compound which is required for swimming pools is completely avoided. And it reduces the carbon footprint so well, because elimination of 100% chlorine is by itself is a big challenge. You know, the chlorine is produced by so many other methodologies where the carbon footprint increases by 100 times volume. So the system can be retrofitted to your existing swimming pool in a very short space with your balancing tank, and all it has to do is from your recirculation filters, it is connected to a tank, and the advanced oxidation process work in a closed loop. So your water is recirculated back and forth, it is filtered, it is advanced oxidized, and back to the swimming pool again. So this is how the process works. So it's just a comparison chart where you are able to see what level of impact an AOP, advanced oxidation process, gives you is 100% when compared with all other technologies presently, which is not crossing more than 80%. So with AOP, the complete requirement of the swimming pool is addressed. With all other technologies, either you have a side effect, whether you are creating a carcinogenic environment, and also you are creating a chemical pool. AOP also addresses the emerging contaminants. So back again, as we spoke about, whether it is PHACs or narcotics or drugs, which is carried over, which is addressed by the technology of AOP, where only ozone or only UV cannot achieve that. So breaking of organic, inorganic compound through physical process, emphasize on temperature and its role in breaking compounds, physical morphology destruction, implementing IoT beyond detection and display analytics. Today, presently, IoT has been implemented as a technology for collection of data rather than controlling. But we have used IoT beyond this detection and display analytics, where IoT plays a major role in trying to activate the temperature by using the temperature as a gradient, and as well as the physical morphology detection, which plays a critical role in the technology. So our scope of Canadian Crystalline as a group, we address water treatment, wastewater treatment, seawater desalination, and compact prefabricated, retrofitted SBR, MBR, and MBBR with the present day technology, and with ultrafiltration, ozonators, ultraviolet systems, HVAC, and deodorization systems. In fact, HVAC, air purification, air sterilization, where we have equipments which sterilizes, which removes your kitchen odor, which removes odor problem in major areas, where your complete HVAC can be sterilized, it can be disinfected, it can be deodorized. So for achieving a sustainable circular economy, contributing to climate change, please engage with us for any technological requirement for addressing your wastewater or water treatment. Thank you. Yeah, please.
It is a great presentation. My first question is that how do you measure and monitor the parameters in a swimming pool in this case?
It is generally, presently, the monitoring of a swimming pool goes with the residual presence of chlorine.
Yes, there's chlorine in the pH.
Absolutely.
How do you do that in this pool?
In this pool?
Yeah, because you're not putting any chlorine here.
Yes. We have a dissolved ozone monitor, which gives dissolved ozone analyzer, which gives the ppm of ozone present in the pool.
Okay.
So which shows the oxidation potential, whether it is chlorine or ozone.
ORP potential.
ORP potential.
Yeah, okay.
So you read it with the ORP potential, what is the availability of the ozone and how sterilized it is.
Okay. And where have you done this treatment in India?
In Chennai, we have done in so many clubs, in Gymkhana Club,
in the pools.
Sterling Club, in the pools.
In the pools, okay, all right. Good. Now, there is a bacteria, Pseudomonas aeruginosa.
Pseudomonas aeruginosa, right.
So have you got proof to show that the Pseudomonas aeruginosa is not present in the pools where you do the treatment?
Of course.
You can have that.
Of course, yes.
But for the people who are in the room, Pseudomonas aeruginosa comes from the private parts, because the tendency of human being is to go in the pool and piss in the pool.
Absolutely.
So that is the reason I'm asking this question.
Absolutely. Because what happens is, whether it is Pseudomonas aeruginosa is not only from the waste excreta which happens in the pool.
It's a private parts.
Any slimy surface, whether it is going to be a CPVC pipe or a PVC pipe which has a slimy layer, can develop Pseudomonas aeruginosa, also cryptosporidium. With ozonization, the oxidation which happens there is going to eliminate mRNA destruction of the cellular structure. So anything which is going to be present there will be completely destroyed. And you can take periodical checking, the testing from the laboratory, and you will know the results.
I know, but for operator, we generally it is recommended when using a swimming pool, chlorinated swimming pool with a pH control chlorination, we need to brush the pool walls.
Yes.
But if I read you correctly, the way you're telling me that we really don't need to brush it because the ozonization is going to take care of it.
Absolutely.
Is that correct?
Absolutely.
And how do you stand in relationship with the salt water chlorination? Because you got salt water chlorination, a lot of hotels I work for. So what is your ROI benefit compared to ozone versus salt water chlorine?
See, if you're going to use salt water chlorine, when you use ozonation, the impact of how many liters of chlorine used per day is completely eliminated. And we are talking about chlorination in maintaining the piping, not in the pool. Now, when you use ozone is only the power consumption which is required, and it is on-site generation. It doesn't require any other chemicals or consumables. So it's only power which is required to run the ozone generator, and air, which is fed as the utility. And apart from this, there is no other OPEX as such. And CAPEX is one-time investment depending on the size of the pool. And whether it is salt water or fresh water doesn't make any difference. And the ozonization, oxidation potential is going to be with the water, and it oxidizes in whatever environment. We are more bothered about the temperature. Of course, if there is going to be a temperature change majorly, like in Middle East where the pool is going to be at above 55 degrees, then we talk about the circulating tank is insulated, that's all.
So, but how are you maintaining the pH levels of the pool?
No, pH level is completely different.
No, I know, but when you talk of ORP potential,
Yeah.
the tendency of the water to be disinfected will also result in a lower pH because it's acidic content. In that case, how are you going to maintain the pH?
You have to do a pH correction, that's all.
How do you do that?
By dosing. By
Again,
chemicals.
you're putting either a acid or alkali base to do it. So
Absolutely.
that is
But
not taken care of.
No, because the pH correction is something else which is in the water property.
Yeah, but
Now-
you're not talking of disinfection at the moment.
Yes.
You're not talking of pH control.
No.
The pH control is totally separate part,
Correct.
must be done totally separately
Correct.
with the inclusion of chemicals for increasing the pH and lowering the pH.
Correct.
So that is a separate part.
Correct.
Is that put in your, I have not seen that pH control in that whole thing.
No, because pH control, normally what happens is, pH control depends on the pool, depends on the water. If you want to still correct your pH, you can always correct it.
No, it's not a question of me correcting.
No,
The
no.
standards of pH is very same, 7.2 to 7.8.
If there is a requirement, we need to put the pH correction.
So that still stands out.
Yes.
And that's not a part of your package.
No.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Sir, I had a quick question. Excellent project, presentation. I do not come from the hotel industry. I come from the hospital industry. So I'm interested more about your ETP, STP that you had mentioned earlier. And we currently have an STP, ETP. But in case we were looking, for a product like yours, what would happen? Would we be able to upgrade? That was number one. Number two, if so, is there a downtime? And if so, what would that time period be?
See, the existing STPs, we are talking about addition of a retrofit. With your present, if your existing STP is working perfectly well, we are not going to touch that. The part of the after the treatment, the final disinfection process, where we address with our technology of electroflocculation or advanced oxidation, depending on what technology you have presently with the STP. And we give you a suit or a small technology in the treated water so that your emerging contaminants are also addressed. If you don't have a STP at all, if you're going to start new, then we suggest the technology of prefabricated, which is, which brings down the space, which is compact, along with this new additional technology to ensure that your complete process is space saving as well as it addresses the present day's emerging contaminants.
You had mentioned about, the antibiotics and, all of that waste that comes into the water. So what is that box that you are talking about that filters out all of this antibiotics or,
It doesn't filter because these are all dissolved organics, which is present, organics or inorganics, dissolved load present in the water. So this has to be either reduced or oxidized. So that is what the technology does. It partly oxidizes the whole thing, then it absorbs the whole thing, and then it disinfects the whole thing. So when it comes out, all these contaminants, emerging contaminants are completely taken out.
and is there a downtime in case we were looking to, do this fitting of this other box that you're talking about?
As long as your sewage treatment plant performance is perfectly well, this doesn't have a downtime. It is a retrofit and it is online. So let us say that installation of this equipment and pulling out the line and passing it through this will be the downtime. And that is hardly 1 or 2 days. That's it.
1 to 2 days. Okay, thank you.
So my next question is to you is that we have STP where the aeration process has to be done. We are not touching that.
If there is an existing STP,
Yeah,
no.
so the aeration has to be done, which is a very, very basic sort of a parameter for the STPs to operate, is to get the aeration done properly.
Correct.
Your system is coming after the settlement tank.
If your STP is in process already, then we give a retrofit after the STP only.
Yeah, so it's after the settlement tank.
Correct.
So you are only trying to disinfect the settled water.
Correct.
And you're trying to give it back to the clients wherever it's required. But
Absolutely.
you still are not doing anything with the aeration process as such.
If there is an existing plant, we don't touch that.
So,
if it's performing well, we don't
so the
work.
aeration part is still being taken care of the old plant,
Correct.
and you are suggesting that we must retrofit after the STP when the settled water tank,
Correct.
settled water is coming in,
Correct.
and you need to disinfect that water or do any chemical sort of solution for that. You are doing it that way.
Correct.
So so in very brief, this sewage treatment plant stays as such in case of old systems. In case of new system, you have got your solutions.
Correct.
But in case of old system, we still need to have a solution like this. We have to retrofit it.
Exactly.
Have I?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Is the water reusable again?
Of course, 100%.
We can use it for other
Yes.
purposes. Okay, thank you.
Hi Satish, my name is Nitin. My question is for laundry treatment system what you have shown. If my laundry water consumption is 70 kL per day, after retrofit this system, what you are proposing, how much water I can use back to the laundry?
Okay. In your case, this is going to be a new system. It's not a retrofit. Retrofit is only for the existing, if they have a plant.
No, we have STP and ETP, right? So you are saying that I have to remove ETP and I have to retrofit this system? No. Okay.
See, laundromat, wash water recycling is a separate thing altogether. Now, the wastewater from the laundry, now presently you are streaming into the present ETP or STP, whatever you have. That technology, what we are proposing, is going to be separate for the laundry wash water. And this technology is going to be there for 70 KL. You will be having a separate system for the laundry wastewater, and you will be recycling more than 90% of water back to the laundromat. It will not go back to the ETP or STP.
So that water can be used again in washer extractor, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so there is a clear-cut saving of water.
Correct. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Have you put this system anywhere, like?
No, now the process is going on with various properties. We are taking their thing, and we are trying to put a plant there and operating it. It is just coming up. Shortly, we will be doing at least 2 properties.
Thank you.
So what is your experience if I am going to use ozone as a disinfectant and for cleaning of the bed sheets of the laundry? Why don't you inject the ozone at the initial stages to the washing machine, which has been done very much in the States, they do for big prisons, they've been doing it. So then you are coming later, why don't you do it in the outside of the laundry? What is the reason for not doing it?
Outside of the laundry means?
Outside of the laundry. In the laundry,
Yeah.
I stop using the chemicals. I can use the ozone washing stuff like that is available
What
already.
we are doing.
No, you are doing after the laundry,
No,
on the ETP.
There are 2 processes.
Yeah.
One is before, that is where your heat reduction comes to. We are doing it in the front end as well as in the back end. In the front end, it's only ozone. In the back end, it's advanced oxidation.
You mean to say I don't need to use any chemicals for washing of the bed sheets?
Not required,
Okay.
of course.
So I can say goodbye to Diversey and Ecolab.
Yeah, the detergents which you will be using the detergents. I cannot arrest the detergents. I can only reduce your hot water requirement. Ozone used is as a disinfectant, not as a replacement for detergent. The detergent which is used, the surfactant which is used in the front end will be tackled by the back end, advanced oxidation. Any more questions? What about the filter? Okay. Right.
From generator, it will be come down or same?
See, the filter runs for. Can I answer the question? Yeah, please.
The filter depends on the turnover capacity. Nobody tells you to stop the filters. That's wrong if you're doing it. There is a turnover capacity which is as per WHO guidelines 4 to 5 times. Raj, yeah? So if you're stopping the filter motor, it's a crime. You mustn't do it because it has to go to that turnover capacity, which is the WHO guideline. So if you're doing it, it's wrong. You are not going to stop by using any chemical that filter. If you're doing it, it's wrong. So please have this concept in your mind that you are doing already incorrect things. The correct thing is to run the filter 24 hours. There is 2 filter pumps. You don't need to run both. You can run one because that one has got the capacity to turn over the water 4 to 5 times. That's the turnover ratio. And that's the way how it's calculated. So if you're doing it, it is not correct. Thank you.
However, I
No.
will clarify furthermore. Yes. The filtration is for the filtration spectrum of the filter is to address the physical properties which is either suspended or in a turbid form. So you are addressing turbidity and total suspended solids through the filtration spectrum. It has nothing to do with the advanced oxidation or ozonization process, because ozonization is more addressing towards disinfection and sterilization. It has nothing to do with the physical filtration. So your filters will be still running whatever it is required to run.
Okay, okay,
It has nothing to do with this process.
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Let me sort of say that the water has got two things there, the physical and the chemical one.
Correct.
The physical one, the pool looks mucky is because physical.
Correct.
However, the chemical also affects that in certain cases. The chemical parameters are totally different.
Correct.
In case of pool, you take three things. You take the pH and the chlorine,
Correct.
where you have the chemical constituent coming in, and then you can have the TDS, where the physical sort of separation comes in. So you're playing with this chemical contaminants of the pool, but you need to do a microbiological test of the pool every month, so that you know that what is in it in terms of bacteria, in terms of Pseudomonas aeruginosa and things like this.
Correct. Correct.
Thank you.
Correct. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Satish Kumar, for this informative session. I hope a lot of information has been shared and discussed in this session. And I'm sorry I had to stop in between the Q&A session. If there's anything more that you want to ask Mr. Satish Kumar, you can do it in the lunch break. So now as we move on to the next presentation is on the topic, Food Regulatory Ecosystem and Sustainability Initiatives by Dr. K.A. Rahul Anand. He has over 20 years of experience in the human vaccine industry, specializing in quality control, regulatory affairs, clinical trials, and pharmacovigilance. He has also worked with reputed WHO pre-qualified companies in these domains. Currently on deputation to the Food Safety and Standard Authority of India, FSSAI, as Joint Director, he serves as the designated officer and Central Licensing Authority for food licensing in Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh. Can we please give a round of applause and welcome Dr. K.A. Rahul Anand to give his presentation.
Vanakkam. Good afternoon. At the outset, I'd like to thank the Indian Chamber of Commerce, especially the chairman, Mr. Shivakumar Ishwaran, for extending the invitation to the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India to give a session today in this nice program. And I also extend my greetings to ICC for its 100th year celebration this year. And also, it is a matter of appreciation what ICC is doing on a sustainability initiative. I'm finding it really delighted to note that a program is exclusively done on a sustainability initiative by ICC. That's really commendable. Having said that, in fact, we work for 5 days in a week from Monday to Friday. And actually my director was also supposed to participate in this program. And when the invite came and director called me and told we will go, both of us will go. And the point that was interesting to note was that we are going to talk on sustainability. Usually as regulators, as people who give the license, we go on more of an theoretical or informative session as how to obtain a license, what are all the compliances that all the food business manufacturers, hotels have to follow. So that's what we do. But since this was on a sustainability topic, what our director told was, there are initiatives by FSSAI also on sustainability. Let's go and brief this to the hotel industry. And I don't know, probably I'm a misfit here, an odd man out, a regulator who's here, and any forum that we get to speak on, we use that forum to create an awareness about what FSSA is, what are the compliances that a food business operator has to comply with, what a hotel industry has to comply with. And so this session that I'm going to give, maybe partly on the regulatory landscape, how FSSA is issuing licenses, what are all the mandatory compliances that specifically today, since we have the hotel industry, what are the compliances that are being expected, and of course on the topic of sustainability that we are discussing today. Go to my presentation. Now, FSSA stands for the Food Safety Standards Authority of India. Yeah. So the gist of the presentation, I'll just keep it for 15 minutes. I understand we are running out of time. What FSSA is, how FSSA has emerged as an authority, and what is the procedure for the licensing and registration, and we will take some questions at a later date. Yeah. So initially, even before FSSA came into existence, we had a multiplicity of orders. We had multiple regulatory frameworks for different products, and that was actually creating a kind of a confusion among the manufacturers as which regulatory agency has to be approached with. Next slide. This is what we had. We had, depending upon the product, there was an order, and all of you would have been aware that we had an Prevention of Food Adulteration Act, which was the initial act that we had. We also have an act for the Essentials Commodity Act, and we have multiple orders depending upon, we have a meat food product order, we have vegetable order, a fruit product order. What was confusing for a manufacturer was to which regulator he has to approach with. And with that objective in mind, the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India was formed. In India today, we have only one authority for all aspects of food, and that authority is the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. We have only one law for the entire country, though the implementing agencies are that we have a central agency and a state agency. We have a Tamil Nadu Food Safety Department. We also have the central FSSA. We represent the central FSSA, the authority. And we have one food law. Any part of the country, the food law remains the same. The rule position is same across the country. Now, when was the FSSA established? We had an act passed by the Parliament. For all reasons, our act is our guiding document. That act was passed on 23rd August 2006. The authority was established in 2008. The Food Safety and Standards Authority was established in 2008. It is under the nodal Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and it is headed by a chairperson and a chief executive officer at the level of secretary. Now, three important functions of FSSA. The take-home message probably that you can have from today is FSSA establishes science-based standards. The most important aspect about FSSA is it is establishing science-based standards. For every aspect of food that is being consumed, there is a science-based standard. If you're using groundnut oil in your food, you're using sunflower oil in your food, that particular groundnut oil or sunflower oil is having a science-based standard, based on which that particular product will be evaluated to declare whether the product is safe or whether the product is substandard or whether the product is misbranded. So for that particular reason, we have a science-based standard established for all articles of food. That's one of the major functions of FSSA. The second thing is the regulatory function. What I am doing as a central licensing authority, where we give licenses, we monitor the food business operators, we see for violations. If there is violation, we take a regulatory action on them. And the third important function is imports. Any article of food that is which enters into the domestic space will be tested by FSSA and then only will be released into the domestic market. So these are the three main functions of FSSA, but FSSA also has some initiatives, sustainability initiatives also being done by FSSA. In fact, we have a specific department. We have a department called as SPCD, the Social Behavioral Change Division of FSSA, which mainly concentrates on this IEC activities. Now, this is the rule position of FSSA. We have the Act, we have the rules, and we have the regulation. The Act is a guiding principle. We have different sections in the Act. If at all we are taking a regulatory action on particular entity, we are inspecting a 5-star hotel, the hotel is not conforming to any particular standards of FSSA, then we'll be taking action on the particular hotel based on the violation that the hotel has done. And the reasons for the violation, which is being, if you look at the section 48 to 67, speaks about offenses and penalty, which offense has been done by the particular hotel, and accordingly the penal action will be taken. The penal action may depend whether it's going to be a penalty or whether it's going to be taken to the court of law. Now we have the rules. The rules are the operational procedures by FSSA. How do we conduct an inspection? What are the applicable formats that we have to use? What are the powers of the Commissioner of Food Safety? What are the powers of the designated officer? What are the powers of the food safety officers? And what applicable documents that have to be applied when a particular sample is taken, inspection is done, all that will be given in the FSS rules. And we have around 22 technical regulations. The food ecosystem is a very big area wherein by virtue of the Act and the rules, the entire aspect cannot be governed. By virtue of the Act, the authority is empowered to make regulations, and hence we have this many number of regulations made for different aspects of food. In fact, if you look at it, since I am addressing the hotel industry today, we have one particular regulation which is on the regulation number 17, which speaks about recovery and distribution of surplus food. I'll be talking about it, which can also be more than a sustainability initiative. It can be also a social initiative that the hotel industry can take up. Of course, if I detail all these regulations, it will take quite a lot of time. But how a license is being issued is by the first regulation, that is the licensing and registration of food business. I'll be detailing about that and what are the mandatory compliances that the authority is looking at. Now, for all reasons, no industry should start a business without a FSSA license. That's a mandatory thing. So even before the food business is started, the first thing that they have to do is they have to obtain an FSSA license, which is being told by the section 31 of FSS Act. And if a license is not obtained and somebody is doing an unauthorized manufacturing, then he is eligible for punishment under section 63, which is unauthorized manufacturing. And somebody is manufacturing an unsafe food. I'll also give some practical examples that we had from 5-star hotels also, where we have taken regulatory action. So what applicable sections will prevail will also be detailed. Now, as I told you, every forum that we give, we use it as an awareness session. In fact, the government officials who are here, who was here, the IAS officer was speaking about you should be aware of who is your liaison officer, whom you should be contacting for your particular requirement. This slide will correctly tell you whom you have to approach with respect to your FSSA license requirements. Now we have 3 categories of license that are being given. The first one is called as a registration. Then the next 2 is called as a state license and a central license. The registration and the state license comes under the purview of the particular state food safety department. We have a Tamil Nadu food safety department. That department issues registrations and the state license. And then we have a central licensing also. I come from the central licensing area, and what a central license is. And you should also understand what's the difference between a registering authority, a state licensing authority, and a central licensing authority, and what is the classification for this particular licensing mechanism. Now, we have 2 classification. One is the value-based differentiation. The other one is the quantity-based differentiation. The value-based differentiation is any business which is doing a turnover of less than 12 lakhs comes under the ambit of the registration. Small tea stalls, small hotels, small household businesses, small retailers, all of them who have a turnover of less than 12 lakh, they come under the ambit of registration. The next category is a state license. A state license is for the turnover of 12 lakhs to 20 crores. Any business which is doing a turnover of 12 lakhs to 20 crores comes under the ambit of the state license, and any business which is doing a turnover of more than 20 crores comes under the ambit of central license. So mostly all the big players, big manufacturers, big entities come under the ambit of the central license. The second differentiation is a quantity-based differentiation, which is, anybody who is doing less than 2 metric tons per day will come under the ambit of state license. Anybody who is doing more than 2 metric tons per day, they come under the purview of the central license. Now, I'd like to ask a question because it's a hotel industry, what does a hotel industry which is having a 3-star rating, what licensing they will be getting? Whether it's a state license or a central license. So who will come for a central license? That's basically, the government official, the IAS officer who was speaking about, you should know whom to liaison with. You should be aware of who should be your licensing authority. Okay. How many of you are involved with your licensing procedure? The hotel licensing. Taj Clubhouse comes under which license? Okay. The hotel knows, have you read the conditions of the license? Anybody from Taj Clubhouse here? Regulatory person from Taj Clubhouse? Can Taj Clubhouse bring its license here, food safety license? It's a very serious thing, when it comes to compliance. I'm here today as a trainer, but when we take a stand as a regulator, it becomes very difficult. The first condition of the license speaks about the food business operator or the hotel has to display the license at a prominent place. That is an information to your customer that you have a valid food safety license. You're giving a commitment to your customer that you're having a food safety license. That's the first point in the condition of the license. How many hotels display the license in a prominent place? This is something which we need to seriously look at. When we enter a unit for inspection, this is what we look at. Whether you're displaying your license, this is a commitment. As I'm saying, one, license is a traceability for the authority to say that we have issued a license. The second thing is, it is an information to the customer who comes to your premise that this premise is having a valid FSSA license, complying with all the conditions of the license. Third, it is an information to the particular food business manufacturer or the hotel itself that we have a particular date by which this particular license has to be renewed. There are multiple instances where the particular entity loses on its, forgets on its renewal date, the license gets expired, then they approach us saying that, sir, we need to have the same license number because we have submitted it to various statutory bodies. Please help us with getting the same license number. So this is the reason why a license has to be displayed at a prominent place. If at all, I think, I am addressing all the senior management of the hotel industry. Please ensure that your regulatory department or the quality control or whomsoever is handling your licenses, please check the license copies. Yeah. So this is where did you display this? The restaurant you have displayed. Okay. So this is the first page of the license. Now this speaks about the renewal date as 27/3/2026. And if you looked at the category of license, what is the category of license? It's a central license. So why it is a central license? No. Who gives you a star categorization? Tourism department. So we have a 3-star rating, 4-star rating, and a 5-star rating, or even above probably. Anything which is 5-star rating and above comes under the ambit of central license. So let that be an information because there are many hotels still under the ambit of the state in spite of their 5-star categorization. We are creating that awareness now and many people are modifying their license. They are migrating from the state to the central license landscape. Yeah, so that's the differentiation in terms of what's the registration, what's a state license, and what a central license is. So this is a condition of the license. I told you the first important condition is display the true copy of license. So it has to be displayed. And all the conditions of the license has to be met with. In fact, we have a Schedule 4 requirements. Now, this Schedule 4 requirements, which is part of our licensing and registration of food business, is a very important thing, a mandatory thing that all the food business operators or hotel industry has to comply with. Now, this is, a legal provision. It is not, it may be complied with. It has to be complied with. And if it is not complied with, then there is a violation based on which the regulator will be taking a legal action. Now, these are all the aspects of the Schedule 4 compliance. I would request anybody, the responsible entities in the hotel industry, to please look at the Schedule 4 requirements and comply with all the aspects of this Schedule 4 requirements. Now, for all reasons, you can always refer to the FSSA website, fssa.gov.in, or the FOSCO's portal, foscos.fssa.gov.in, which is a repository of information. You'll understand what the guideline says, what are all the aspects to be complied with, and you'll also be having the approach numbers to your licensing, contact details of your licensing officials, so you can get in touch with and then also clarify all your doubts on this. Now, this is about how many committees and panels we have. We have scientific committees, scientific panels. And if at all a product is to be claimed as a vegan, the product should have this Jaivik Bharat logo, and the vegan endorsement has to be obtained from the authority. Then we have this fortification logo, micronutrients being added to the staple foods, and that particular product will have this fortification label. This is vegan. Any product which is being claimed as vegan should have this vegan logo, and again, that is being endorsed by the authority. And coming to the initiatives of FSSA, to the topic of discussion today, these are all the initiatives of apart from the regulatory role the authority is doing, we also take up all these initiatives. We have a Eat Right school, Eat Right campus, Eat Right railway station, Eat Right place of worship. The authority has taken an initiative to even convert places of worship as Eat Right places. The prasadam that is being given in the temple is being tested, certified, and then that particular places is called as Bhog, blissful hygienic offering to God. So whichever place gets that certification, it's a Eat Right place of worship. Eat Right street food hub, Eat Right fruit and vegetable market, fortification. I would like to touch upon the most important thing, which is RUCO. RUCO is something which the hotel industry should mandatorily adapt. What is RUCO? And when we go for inspection, we look for this particular aspect also. The most important sustainability initiative that the hotel industry has to adapt. This is repurpose used cooking oil. Cooking oil is such an hazard to the environment if it is being as such discarded, because it is not going to be that easily biodegraded. If it is going to be discarded in the drain, it is going to form a very thick sludge, blocking the drains and causing an environmental impact. FSSA has created a very good initiative for this repurposing used cooking oil, wherein FSSA has certified used cooking oil aggregators. They can collect the used cooking oil from the hotel industry, and then that used cooking oil will be given to biodiesel manufacturers. And this used cooking oil will be used for production of biodiesel. There's an effective conversion of a used cooking oil into biodiesel. There are biodiesel manufacturers who will be taking this used cooking oil from the aggregators and then converting that into the biodiesel. So I would request the hotel industry representatives here to please bring in this initiative in your hotel. This will be one of the best sustainability initiative. The authority will handhold the hotel to get this initiative in your hotel. In fact, we can have a specific training program for this particular aspect. If ICC is going to take it up, we can call the aggregators. We can have an interactive session between the hotel industry and the aggregators. We'll also bring in the biodiesel manufacturers so that an awareness can be created, because the five-star hotel industry is one industry which is using the maximum amount of oil, and that can be used for a very good purpose without spoiling the environment. Save food, share food. Again, this is a topic which I touched in the beginning, which is about, we have an exclusive regulation, recovery and distribution of surplus food. Now this, more from a sustainability initiative, is more of a social initiative, where surplus food, if it is being discarded as such, and if it is in a usable format, can be given to the needy, then the hotel industry can, start doing it. I'm not sure whether there is a CSR fund for every hotel, or probably the ICC through the Hotel Association get in touch and then create a surplus food distributing agency. If you create an agency of that kind, we will license the agency, and if on our licensing, the surplus food can be collected from the hotel and then can be given to the needy people. So that will be a very good initiative if the Hotel Association or the Chambers of Commerce, if they take it up and then they do it, it will be a very good social initiative. The public will really appreciate that such an aspect is being taken care of. Trans fat free India, reduction of fats, sugar and salt. So these are all the initiatives of FSSI. And this is my contact. So few aspects that I really appreciate the point that we are migrating from plastic bottles to glass bottles, the initiative that has been taken wherein every hotel is having its own, they're trying to bring in bottled water manufacturing units within the same premise. Correct me if I'm wrong. Are we creating bottled units in the same premise? Yeah, okay. Now this water will conform to what regulation? FSSA? What standards of FSSA? So that means it's potable water specification. So that is something which the regulator will look at when we come for an inspection. If we call this bottled water as packaged drinking water is a technical specification that has a different IS standards. That is 14543. What you commercially drink outside as a bottled water, Aquafina or any other Bailey or whichever water that we have, that is a water which has to conform to packaged drinking water specification, that is IS 14543. What sir is telling about this water, which is 10500, this is potable water specification. Your customer should be knowing which specification the water belongs to. In addition to the label that we see on the bottled water on the top, the manufacturing date, there should also be an expiry date to the particular product. So I believe that whatever water is being manufactured is being utilized for probably in a day or two, but then still it is always better to put the expiry date on the label because it's an informed choice that the customer should have. So this is a complaint that we are looking at. The other important thing about this bottled water is whether it will be for a captive consumption or it will be a commercial supply to another unit also. It's all for a captive consumption, only for the particular, no, if it is being done for a commercial thing, it's being manufactured at one particular hotel, supplied to another entity, then it has to comply to the labeling display regulation. Now let me tell you, see, we are the licensing authority for 5-star hotels, but the state agency is also empowered to take samples. So supposing bottled water is available outside, the state agency will be also lifting up the water and then there will be a legal action on that particular thing. So 3 things that I like to emphasize, in addition to the labeling that is being done is, put the standard, the manufacturing date and the expiry date with more clarity so that it's an informed choice to the customer. One point, we had a very good panel discussion in the morning, and we were also discussing about the manpower and retaining manpower, training for the manpower. One thing that we look at from a licensing perspective is, there are 2 important persons in the license. If you look at your license, in fact, before the conditions of the license, there is one page which is called as the non-Form C annexure of the license. There are the 2 important persons are the person in charge of the operation and the Form 9 person. The person in charge of operation is the technical person who takes care of the operations in the facility. The Form 9 person is the legal entity. Supposing the FSSA authority is issuing a notice, the notice is issued to the Form 9 person. Now what happens, out of our own experience when we see is, The Form 9 person or the purchase, I don't know, but probably the migration or the attrition rate in the hotel industry is, people keep changing very frequently. Within a year, we will be seeing that the Form 9 person or the person in charge of operation is changing in a hotel industry. And if such a change is happening, we have a provision for a non-Form C modification. You don't need to even pay for that modification. You can simply inform the person who has changed, give his name and the contact number in the license and get it updated. If it is not updated, then it leads to a regulatory complication which can be very easily avoided. The other thing is, as part of the sustainability initiative during the panel discussion, it was we were talking about wastage of paper, the amount of paper that is being used in the accounts department and all. The authority, our system now is completely online. We have an online portal where you make an application. The license is issued online. All the documents for compliance are verified online. So the authority by itself has taken initiatives on this particular aspect. So we have a digitized system by which the regulatory agency is functioning. And yeah, so these are all the aspects that I thought I'll be covering as part of the FSSA licensing procedure. Yeah, thank you very much for calling us. And I wish the Indian Chamber of Commerce all success and appreciations once again for the sustainability initiative that is being taken by the authority. Any questions I can take? Otherwise, we will. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be leaving now, madam. Yeah, I'll take your question, sir.
Should not for sale be printed on these bottles? Because
yeah, that is also a good thing, sir. That can be done. That's a very good thing. You can put it as not for sale option. See, what we are looking at, there are some bottle manufacturers also supplying to the hotels. They have come for licensing to us. But in that case, we will be expecting the label display regulation to be complied with. As far as it's for a captive use, all this, whatever we discuss, has to be on the bottle. You can approach us anytime. You can. Our office is at Rajaji Salai. So you can approach us if you have any queries with respect to the license. We will handhold you. Please go and get entangled with consultants or other agencies which are helping on the licensing process. The licensing process is very easy. The authority is very approachable. So you can always come to us. We will guide you as how a license has to be obtained or any other compliances that are to be. And the central authority is strengthening in terms of the food safety ecosystem. And you will be looking at frequent audits, which will be done by the regulatory authority. We'll be coming at and looking at the hotel, your kitchens, the compliances in your kitchens will also be verified very frequently from now on. Yeah. Thank you very much. So how will that transaction happen between your one property to the other property? I believe that you may have a different GST for each property. So obviously that's a commercial transaction that happens between this property to this. See, it happens like this, sir. As long as it is captive within your premise, it is well controlled and it is justifiable to the regulatory agency. The material leaves your property, goes to another property. In between, on the road, a state agency can stop and then take the water, and then they will ask for all the compliances. Where is the FSSA license number, MRP, manufacturing date, all the labeling and display requirements have to be complied with. Now, again, look at this compliance, 10500 and 14543. An informed customer will speak on this. You have to be mandatorily declare it on your label. If it is 10500, declare it. Because otherwise he will say, no, it has to be 14543. No, let me tell you, out of my own experience, probably don't take me, otherwise I'm talking too much. The type of complaints that we have from the five-star industry, your customers are elite. There are instances where the particular hotel official call me and say, sir, I'm in real problem. The person who came here was a very elite customer. He found a cockroach on the buffet food. Now, how do I address it? He's making a ruckus here. So you have to be absolutely compliant. Any hotel industry representative who comes and meets us, I used to tell them, please take care of your customers very carefully. Any non-conformances anywhere will be taken. Yeah. And this is something which I'm telling out of my own experience, because we have handled such situations at many points of time. Yeah, thank you very much.
Sir, one question, sir. We have a school. Sure.
I'll also be leaving. Madam, I'll take your question and then I'll
Eat Right campus was there, sir, in your thing. I just wanted to have a quick thing on it because we have a school. So just wanted to know.
Yeah. Two things there. We will guide you, madam, as how a Eat Right campus can be done. I forgot to touch upon that initiative. If the Chambers of Commerce or the hotels want to sponsor any station to be converted as an Eat Right station, the authority has a provision. The hotel can be a funding partner for that particular activity. The MGR Central Station is now a Eat Right station. We had a funding partner. So all the small outlets there will be certified by FSSA, and the hotel can be a funding partner for that particular thing. Your school, madam, what is your school?
It's in Pondicherry, sir.
Pondicherry, okay.
Yeah.
Which school it is?
This is the Study L'École International by Dr. K.M. Cherry.
If you are interested to convert your school as an see, that's a value addition that you give to your the students and the parents, that this is an Eat Right school certified by FSSA. We'll get that done. You can approach us. We'll get that done. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I request Mr. Shivkumar Ishwaran to felicitate and honor Mr. Dr. K.A. Arul Anand. The role of regulatory framework in sustainability cannot be overstated, and your presentation has certainly given us a valuable takeaway, sir. Thank you so much. It is a pleasure having you. Our next presentation is on the topic Climate Change Risk Mitigation by Dr. J. Ezra John. He is a climate policy expert working with the Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission under the Department of Environment. As a project associate, he plays a key role in developing and implementing climate resilience strategies, focusing on risk mitigation, sustainability, and environmental policies to support the state's climate action goals. I kindly invite Mr. Ezra John for his presentation. Before we take Dr. Ezra's presentation, we'll be going and moving on with the awards. Today, we are here to honor hospitality leaders who have embedded sustainability into their core business strategies, setting new benchmarks in environmental stewardship, innovation, and responsible tourism. So these organizations are not just providing world-class experience, but are also demonstrating that luxury and sustainability can go hand in hand. So the first award will be to Hilton India, where we celebrate a hospitality group that empowers eco-conscious I kindly invite Mr. Shivkumar Ishwaran, Mr. Sushil Kumar Ishwaran, Mr. Rajiv Singh onto the dais to present these awards. The first award is presented to Hilton India, celebrating a hospitality group that empowers eco-conscious travelers through its Green Stay program. A part of their Border Travel with Purpose mission, Hilton India continues to integrate sustainable solutions across its operations. We recognize Hilton India for their sustainable glass water bottling initiative. Let's give a round of applause, sir. Thank you, Hilton, for your services. Our next recognition goes to a brand that has consistently set global benchmarks for sustainable hospitality. with innovative solutions in water conservation, renewable energy, and efficient waste management. ITC hotels seamlessly integrate luxury with eco-friendly practices, and they've also are Earth Check certified, further solidifying their leadership in sustainability. We recognize ITC Hotel Limited for their sustainable glass water bottling initiative. Can we please have a representative from ITC Hotels? Thank you, ITC Hotels, for your services. Next, we recognize a hotel group that has taken a comprehensive approach to sustainability with its industry-leading ESG++ framework, Bhatia, focused on environmental stewardship, social responsibility, heritage and brand partner transformation, corporation governance, and sustainable growth. IHCL has pioneered a holistic model for responsible hospitality. We recognize IHCL for their Bhatia Water initiative, and I request a representative from IHCL to receive the award. Thank you, IHCL. Sustainability and luxury can coexist, and the Leela has demonstrated this by fostering a harmonious relationship with the environment while delivering a world-class guest experiences. Their conscious initiative focus on minimizing environmental footprints to ensure a healthier future for a generation to come. We recognize the Leela for their Aujasya Water initiative. I hope that's how it's pronounced. We recognize Leela for their Aujasya Water initiative. Can we please have a representative from the Leela? Thank you, Leela. True sustainability requires a 360-degree approach, and Marriott International has championed this through its Serve 360 Doing Good in Every Direction initiatives. With a strong focus on carbon neutral stays, they are redefining responsible hospitality. We recognize the Marriott International for their sustainable glass water bottling initiative. Can we please have a representative from Marriott International to receive the award? Can we please have a round of applause? Thank you. Next, we celebrate a hospitality group that empowers eco-conscious travelers through its Green Stay program, a part of their broader Travel with Purpose mission. Hilton India continues to integrate sustainable solutions across its operations. We recognize Hilton India for their sustainable glass water bottling initiative, and I request a representative from Hilton India to receive the award. Moving on to the next award. Sustainability is not just about responsible operations, but also about responsible ownership. Ventive Hospitality has set an outstanding example by integrating ESG principle across all facets of their operations, ensuring that sustainability is embedded in their business model. We recognize Ventive Hospitality Limited for their sustainable glass water bottling initiative, and I request a representative from Ventive Hospitality to collect the award. Thank you. Sustainability-driven business operation requires a deep commitment to environmental responsibility, and Sheraton Grand Bangalore Whitefield has excelled in incorporating sustainable practices while actively reducing its carbon footprint. We recognize Sheraton Grand Bangalore Whitefield Hotel and Convention Center for their sustainable glass water bottling initiative. I request a representative from Sheraton to collect the award. Thank you, Sheraton, for your services. Next, sustainability is not just a trend. It's a core value embedded in hospitality operation. Ambuja Neotia Hospitality has ensured the adoption and adherence of sustainable initiatives across all their property, setting an example for responsible ownership. We recognize Ambuja Neotia Hospitality for their sustainable glass water bottling initiative, and I request a representative from Ambuja Neotia Hospitality to receive the award. Moving on. Moving on. Sustainability extends beyond hotels, and industry leaders in beverage manufacturing plays a crucial role in responsible water stewardship. Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages has showcased a strong commitment to sustainability through initiatives focused on water stewardship, plastic waste management, and renewable and clean energy. We recognize Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages for their water stewardship initiatives. I believe they're not here. A huge round of applause for all our awardees and their outstanding contribution to sustainability. Thank you, dignitaries. We have our awardee Ambuja Neotia here for their, and we recognize them for their sustainable glass water bottling initiative. Ambuja Neotia here for their sustainable glass water bottling initiative. Let's give a round of applause, everybody. Thank you, dignitaries. With that, we'll be going back to Dr. J. Ezras John's presentation on the topic climate change risk mitigation.
Hello. Okay. I think I'm audible. So, good afternoon to everyone. So, I thank Indian Chamber of Commerce for this opportunity. So, I feel that I'm in between yours and your lunch time. So, I will keep my presentation to a brief. Okay. So, I am John from Department of Environment and Climate Change. We currently take up a flagship initiative which is called Tamil Nadu Climate Change Mission, where we advocate predominantly on climate change initiatives. So I will like to brief what is real climate change, and I think it is slightly a technical proposal. Since recent days now we have even the President of America rejecting the fact of climate change and the science behind it. So what is climate change is the basic point that I'm trying to address here. So it's not like we are feeling a temperature which is higher in last year, and it is lower this year, and next year we are going to have a higher temperature. It is an average of temperature for a 30 years period. The current temperatures and weather patterns which we are experiencing in recent times has not been experienced 30 years before. That is what is termed as climate change by Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So next is what is climate change and what are the key drivers for it. We all know these are all the pollutants which are responsible, which basically a carbon dioxide, a greenhouse gas, methane and such, etc. They act as a blanket around the Earth's surface, holding the temperature of the Earth, making it warmer and warmer in the subsequent years, creating this change in the global circulation of air, heat and temperature and water, which results in the climate change. So here you can see the diagram in the last right, where it indicates the average temperature of the Earth keeps on increasing from 1950 to the current period. And this is the graph which has been obtained for a period of from the age of life, documented through climate paleoclimatology, where we can see that the last red line highlighted in the graph below indicates the consistent temperature maintained for more than 12,000 years back, where the evolution of organisms, presence of microbes, creation of lifetime mammals, everything, the last known civilization and documented evidence have been arrived. So what we project is the temperature that have been indicated in points in 2100 and 2050, which is we are going to attain, which has been not present for more than 12,000 years. So earlier in sessions it was said that we don't understand the impact of climate change or the importance of the climate change. So this is what we are going to face in 2050. The temperature or adverse environments which were not there for more than 12,000 years. So we can obviously see the degrees differences in the temperature over the current years for more than documented evidence of 50 to 60 years. So we have already reached 1 degree centigrade. So what are the international efforts that have been done to maybe mitigate or stop this? So there is an international United Nations framework on climate change, which was started in 1992 to start up the activities against climate change, where the conference of parties, that is 126 countries were part of it, to come up with agreements to mitigate the climate change in the world. So there are several agreements, one of which was COP21, which happened in Paris, where it was agreed between countries to limit the mitigation efforts such that we don't reach the temperature of 2 degrees centigrade and maintain it less than 1 degree centigrade within this 2025. So, but it didn't come into effect until late 2022, and due to non-cooperation and very ambitious targets, the countries could not make up to the commitments which they made, and which led to various vulnerabilities in India. So as Department of Environment, we have assessed the vulnerability of Tamil Nadu in terms of climate, and we stand in the 12th rank in the states of India. Because due to the largest coastline, which is in the Tamil Nadu, 95% of the coastline is very extreme hotspots. So we have 2.3 million square kilometers, which is exclusively economic zone, and 250 to 300 million people live in the coastal region, which makes Tamil Nadu one of the vulnerable states for climate change. So these are all the current projections, which we say that current policies, which are set by the governments of predominant worlds, leading to the increase in temperature of 2.7 degrees. The current policies does not support the pledges made in the COP meet to limit the temperature to less than 2 degrees or 1.5 degrees. So what we do differently in Tamil Nadu is that we work from policy level to action. We work based on science and data and evidence, based on which we have created very innovative initiatives, which I am going to brief and which have been already briefed by our mission director, who was the chief guest of the event, and also the TNE governor CMD. So we have developed a special purpose vehicle which is called Tamil Nadu Green Climate Company. It is an established company which takes up climate initiatives, which has the potentials and frameworks which facilitates it to fund the climate projects which are not regularly funded. So we have established a climate studio under Anna University where the researchers and data which I showed earlier have been found out, and we have done many baseline studies. Unlike other government agencies, we have partnered with so much knowledge partners and private players in the field, so who have pioneered in the field of sustainability. The government has taken up this as a last strive to bring in all stakeholders to take part in this initiative. So these are all just world level facts. Now I give you the facts for Tamil Nadu. So this is the projections that SPP is shared pathways, wherein we expect by 2026, predominant Tamil Nadu will face 0.5 degree increase in temperature. In mid-century, 1.3 degrees centigrade. In worst cases, we may even have temperature changes up to 2 degrees in predominant Tamil Nadu. Similarly, we have rainfall percentage increases for Tamil Nadu, wherein very coastal districts are very highly affected due to rain and are prone to flood reasons. So there are several data which are, and I'm not going to go into detail, which shows that we are going to reduce agriculture productivity in less than 10 years. We will be reducing agriculture productivity where rice production drops to 4%, 5%, which makes a significant impact in Tamil Nadu. So most are high vulnerable districts are highlighted. So in order to have an hospitality, we are being a hospitality sector, I will just try to brief you that high, highly vulnerable districts where there will be more than 200 uncomfortable days. It is uncomfortable days are days where the public outside their shelters will feel very uncomfortable and will have a survival problem. So what is the reason behind this is the greenhouse gas, which plays a major role. So we have mapped it, what are the sectors which are doing the greenhouse gas emission, wherein the service sector has the highest emission of greenhouse gases, which includes our office, hospitals, hotels, buildings, and predominantly energy sector. So energy sector being the predominant culprit behind the greenhouse gas emission. We would like to target on the initiatives to mitigate or reduce the energy consumption in the day-to-day lives, which is already advocated by central government through life missions. So we have already formed, I have explained about governing council, and we have the district climate change missions, which is headed by district collectors to take up the environmental activities. So earlier, I think somebody requested that what are all the funding opportunities for a startup to take up activities in sustainability and climate change. One among the initiative, which is SustainTN, which has been currently launched by Deputy CM a day before yesterday, wherein we would like to fund, be an angel investors for startups and even prototypes with innovative ideas. We are available in platform where you can search as SustainTN and apply for the funding with your prototype and your ideas, wherein we will be able to fund your projects and take up next deal with collaboration with TN startup. So next is Nature Stewardship Program. So that is a flagship program launched by our Honorable Chief Minister, wherein there are many volunteers in terms of environment, where it is a very decentralized system currently working, and we would like to make it as a centralized activity and collaborate with volunteers through that platform. There are many funding opportunities through Blue Carbon Agency, wherein government is trying to assess the carbon potential of the coastal zones of Tamil Nadu and bring in so much funds as carbon credit in the recent times. So next, I would like to go to new uncharted territory. These are activities which have been never done in other states of India. So first is the Tamil Nadu Fishness Initiative. I think you might be hearing it. We have established centers for collecting waste fishnet, which have become a very big problem for the marine life as microplastic, as the destructive components. So the fishermen in the community can collect this waste fishnet and submit to the agency and collect cash in return for it. We have distributed around 50 lakhs in last year through this initiative, which have helped the local community, and also we have collected the plastic from this sea waste. So green indexing of cities and industries, this has been launched by Deputy Chief Minister for indexing industries in terms of green activities, wherein they are planning to incentivize the industries which are practicing green activities. So next is working with rag pickers and waste exchange bureau, wherein an online platform has been created to emphasize or help the circularity of waste, wherein a waste generator can tender out his waste, that he is producing regularly a consistent amount of certain type of waste, wherein a possible buyer could collect it and use it for in his industry. So 100 Kurungadagal is an plantation activity which has been created 100 places within the industry campuses or green covers. Niche waste circularity is in circulation industry has been developed, wherein kilos of rare earth materials have been collected. So one among a flagship, another activity is creation of climate smart villages. We have identified 11 tourism centralized villages like Pichavaram, Kodiyakarai, Kodaikanal, Ooty, Erkat, wherein small pilot scale villages have been identified, where their electrical sources are being mapped, the greenhouse gases are being collected. In future, like I can see it in 1 or 2 years, where we will be almost making those villages as carbon neutral and reducing their carbon footprint in the world, helping India achieving its net neutral dream in 2070. This is a similar event for municipal corporations, where 4 municipal corporations have been identified by Rajapalayam, Rameshwaram, indicating their tourism importance. We have already started initiatives in Rajapalayam, wherein we have started planting 150 acres of land in the Rajapalayam, and we have desilted 6 to 7th lake has been desilted, and many initiatives are coming up in Rajapalayam for making the Rajapalayam as a carbon neutral hub. Oh, this is the initiative which is mentioned by our Assistant Mission Director, where we have identified 197 government schools, where the kids have been exposed to the utilization of energy efficient equipments like such as LED bulbs, so BLDC fans, in addition to solarization of the schools, wherein 2/3 of the electricity consumption of the school has been brought down, which has become a savings, and also kids are being educated about the activities which are made up by the government in terms of environment and sustainability. And we have studied 2 monuments, where Madurai Meenakshi Amman Koil, Velan Koil are yet to be retrofitted with this energy efficient infrastructure and retrofitment. And 2 hospitals, Rajiv Gandhi Hospital in Chennai and Stanley Hospital in Chennai, are being studied for retrofitment in the terms of increasing their energy efficiency as of buildings. So these are all just activities mentioned by Assistant Mission Director and the data of Green Thumb Down Mission, where we are planning to increase the green cover of the state. So these are all list of 17 Ramsar sites and community mitras and NGO volunteers which have been utilized for creating or restoring wetlands. So in sustainability in sense, we are having one more initiative which is called Meendum Manjapi initiative, wherein 43 commercial spaces have been given 129 MAVs, that is Manjapai vending machine, where people can get a Manjapai, a mere cloth bag for ₹10. Now we have coming up an initiative where we have engaged self-help groups in this activity, where they stitch bags on their own, where their livelihood is developed, and we have brought down the cost of the bag to ₹7, which has a significant impact, where these vending machines, when provided at ₹7 or ₹10, it gives out a common cloth bag, replacing the plastic, alternative single-use plastic. Okay. These are all allied events which are happening with the Manjapai vending, creation of awareness, Manjapai single-use plastic ride team, all those things. So one more thing is a blue flag beach, which was earlier mentioned by our chairman, was Kovalam, which was created by Department of Environment, where Kovalam was declared as blue flag beach, wherein 32 environment parameters have been assessed in Kovalam and found that these parameters are good to our environment, and it's been declared by BEAMS, an agency, international importance, where it is further it is being expanded to all these 10 locations. And we have also started implementation 2, 3, 4, where it has been already started, and we are expecting its completion by next year. So these beaches will be becoming blue flag beaches, which attracts tourism of international importance. So for the next is climate action plan on climate change, which has been submitted to the central government, wherein funds for making adaptation and mitigation activities in various sectors have been requested. So one another thing for the building sector or hospitality sector is a cool roof strategy, wherein we evaluated a baseline study that cool roof is nothing but painting of white paint on the roof of the building, which reflectant index higher than our general paints, which reduces the temperature to around 6 to 8% in buildings, which was documented through our temperature measures, wherein we can obviously reduce the energy requirement of the buildings, wherein the occupant of the building feels lower temperature in spite of high temperature, which we are going to face in the upcoming years. One more study on baseline for energy efficient habitat. These are all the environmental performance indexes of each buildings that as per the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, wherein each building should have this amount of energy efficiency for making it environmentally sustainable. So hospitals and hotel sectors have a higher level of benchmark, wherein predominant hotels in Tamil Nadu comply with better benchmarks in India, with lower benchmarks values than the national standards, wherein the predominant energy utilization is done through AC, heavy AC. By adopting to cool roof policies and the cool roof patterns where the energy utilization can be brought down, this could be a further advantage for the hotels and hospitality sector and building sector to reduce their energy requirement and reducing their expenditures. So there are several publications which are already showcased in the venue outside and registration desk where it could be utilized. So one more initiative which is in pipeline is Lifestyle for Climate, which was launched by the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister on February 5th, wherein we have brought in a certification system similar to IGBC. Unlike IGBC, it is very easy to comply with non-friendly practices where the Department of Environment Climate Change would like to certify a building, a hotel, an office in terms of lifestyle for climate practices. Once this certification process has been implemented, the department plans to give environmental clearances and continuation of the projects based on the certification scheme introduced. Once an agency is okay with the lifestyle for certification, they are rated based on their environment-friendly practices, and based on which they are planning to incentivize the government buildings or entrepreneurs in this activity. I earlier heard another person advocating what is the push from the government which would force people to do or adapt sustainability activity. I think in upcoming years, this initiative would definitely force people or like encourage people, rather than saying it as force, it will encourage people to adapt to sustainability. Because the road ahead is, as I mentioned, the lifestyle for certification for the buildings, which would be launched shortly, and the urban greening policy. One more gentleman in front asked about what is the role of government in making it stricter for planting trees when there is a construction activity. The urban policy which would come out in near future will definitely mandate planting of trees and presence of trees in case of construction and demolition. So this is the model certificate which would be given for lifestyle for certification, wherein a person or building would be provided with this certificate for their environment-friendly practices. So I'd like to thank for the opportunity. These are all around 40 green fellows, young and energetic persons we have engaged in our department in all. They have been placed in all districts of Tamil Nadu, wherein you could contact them and they have provided the environmental initiatives and activities. And it is a fellowship program conducted by Department of Environment Climate Change. So thank you so much for the opportunity. Hope I made the presentation very brief. Now I would like to answer questions if anybody wants doubt. I'll wind it up. I understand. Thank you so much.
I request Mr. Jyoti Prakash to honor and felicitate our speaker. I request Mr. Rajiv Singh to felicitate our presentator. Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Our last presentation is on the topic Sustainability in Brewery. We have the presentator, Mr. Aditya Ishwaran, head brewer at Prada Brewery and American Brewworks, for this presentation.
Hi everyone. So I'll keep it brief because I think a lot of you all are really hungry. So let's get to it. Sustainability in the brewery. We are fortunate enough that our line of work, our industry, has been inching towards sustainability and carbon neutrality decades before any mandate was made. And that is because our industry is uniquely postured in such a way that profitability, innovation, and sustainability go hand in hand. Because the best cost-cutting measures are improvements in your efficiencies. If you take the case study of Schlitz Brewery, where they took alternate cost-cutting measures, yes, they died out in 5 years. Because using subpar product and any other way of cutting your costs is not going to result in a good product. But improvements in efficiencies, improvements in heating, improvements in cooling, even our farmers, for 2,000 years, barley farmers have made innovations in their crop. Barley is now one of the most water-efficient plants, beating out wheat, beating out sorghum by a huge margin. And these are measures that lead to sustainability in our brewery. 80% of carbon dioxide produced during fermentation can be accounted for by the consumption of carbon dioxide during photosynthesis, during the production of barley. Every aspect of the brewery is almost cyclical in nature now. All water consumed, all water produced goes straight to the ETP, which I'm sure Mr. Satish would tell you more about, where our ETPs can process all these waters with all these chemicals, send it back to the raw feed, and back to our RO, which goes into our brewery. Every aspect is cyclical in nature and much more sustainable than it used to be 100 years ago. Every innovation today has led to this moment. If you look at anything from improved heating efficiencies, the first, I don't know if you all know this, but the first application, practical application of James Watt steam engine was not in a train, not in a car, but a boiler for a brewery. So let's continue on this part. Breweries, and to a higher extent even microbreweries, are very sustainable industries right now. Microbreweries even much more so because unlike commercial breweries and commercial craft breweries, microbreweries do not need to face the challenges of packaging and processing. Whereas most products in a microbrewery are served directly on tap, eliminating a whole aspect, packaging, processing, transportation, all these aspects that lead to problems in our sustainability. Which is why, especially to all you hoteliers out there, I implore you to look at the possibility of microbreweries and craft breweries at your properties. Because it is the most efficient and sustainable way to provide a quality product to your clientele. We can all obviously import from Belgium, get your Trappist beers, but by the time it gets here, you lack in two things now. One, profitability, two, price. Because no matter what, even if you're a five-star hotel, your customers are always going to have price sensitivity. Why would they want to spend 900 to 1,000 rupees for a beer, whereas they could get an equivalent quality at a microbrewery? And, lost my train of thought there. But yeah, so the point is, microbreweries are the future in craft beer because it is, in its own way, a self-sustained model. Every aspect, there is no loss. The wasted grains aren't waste. Every brewery I have had under my stewardship, all the spent grains are sent to farms for feedstock. And it can be used as fertilizers. Now, with bakers and chefs providing new innovations, spent grain can be used in so many things because spent grain on its own is a very high protein, low carb grain now because all the sugar has been extracted. Every single aspect here can be used. If you look at, take the case study of Marmite and Vegemite, they are high protein products, very stable products, and they are both made from spent yeast in breweries. I want to get back to it, but yes, the cyclical aspect of everything in a brewery inches towards sustainability because we have had that 2,000-year history of trying to improve our efficiencies, trying to improve every way we could cut costs except the raw material. And I find that beautiful because end of the day, I'm a brewer. Sustainability is important for all of us, but to me, the product. Because let's talk about consequences. If climate change goes the way it does, we don't have a lack of sustainability. Pardon my French, but think of any beer that you usually drink or think of any alcoholic beverage that you usually drink. Now think of a shittier version of it that you have to pay 10 times more for. That's what we're inching to if we are not going to keep our safeguards in place for our environment and for this world. So, yeah, I kept it as short as I could. So, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aditya Ishwaran, for your speech. Kindly stay back. I request Mr. Rajiv Singh, DG ICC, to felicitate Mr. Aditya Ishwaran for his presentation. Thank you. I now invite Mr. Akuraman Raghunandan to deliver the word of thanks.
Shri Rajiv Singh, Secretary General ICC, Mr. Jyoti Prakash, Shiv Kumar Ishwaran, Chairman, Tamil Nadu State Council, and fellow committee members. I'm happy to be here delivering the vote of thanks. I think you all are very hungry, and I'm not going to hold you back any more than I should. It has been a very educative and a wonderful conclave that has been presented to us by the organizers and Mr. Ishwaran. And thanks for Mr. Rajiv Singh to take the time to come out all the way here from Calcutta, and JP to be here from Orissa. Thank you for all the participants, who have taken time out to be present here. I'm sure, certain that you found this extremely useful and educative. And I hope that we've not delayed your lunch too much. I thank you all the panelists, all the participants, all the award winners. Thank you very much, and God bless. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Now, as we've come to the conclusion of the ICC Sustainability Conclave for Hospitality Industry and Awards 2025, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed speakers, panelists, and distinguished guests for making this event a success. Today's discussion and insights have reaffirmed that sustainability is not just a slogan, it's a commitment, a responsibility, and a necessity for the future of our industry. The hospitality sector has the power to lead by example, and through the remarkable initiatives we have witnessed today, it is evident that we are moving towards a more responsible and sustainable tomorrow. Before we close, I am delighted to invite everyone here for a special banquet this evening to honor our ICC President, Mr. Abhyuday Jindal, and Mr. Puneet Chatwal, Managing Director and CEO of Hyatt CL. We look forward to celebrating their leadership and contributions with you all. Wishing you all a wonderful evening ahead, and this is Sunetra signing off. See you at the banquet. Thank you. Have a nice day.
India Limited is a global pioneer in water resource management and water treatment solutions. The group focus has been to address the demand of drinking water supply, water treatment, wastewater treatment, process water treatment, and seawater desalination for government, cities, townships, municipalities, and industries. We are a global leader in process technology and complete processing and packaging lines for water and beverage solutions. We have designed, manufactured, installed, and commissioned over 10,000 projects across the globe, covering North and South America, India and its subcontinent, Middle East, Southeast Asia, Africa, Australia, and parts of Europe. We are amongst the leading suppliers of water and beverage processing equipments. We specialize in design, engineering, manufacture, supply, and installation of turnkey plants and equipments for mineral water, carbonated soft drinks, sparkling water, fruit juice, beer, blended spirits, and alcoholic beverages. Some of our key clients for water and beverage bottling include Pepsi India, AB InBev India, Pernod Ricard India, United